Depending upon your geographical location, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to the esteemed guest, senior and young participating scientists joining us virtually from different parts of the world. It is a matter of great privilege for us to extend you all a warm and cordial welcome to the second day of the 18th International Online Conference on Mathematical Sciences for Advancement of Science and Technology. In short, we call it MAST 2024, organized by the Institute for Mathematics, Bioinformatics, Information Technology, and Computer Science, having branches in Sweden and Japan. In short, we call this institute as IMBIC. Today, as we commence our technical session, we begin by commemorating the birth anniversary of Srinivas Ramanujan, one of the India's greatest mathematical genius. It is indeed a special day in India as it is celebrated annually as National Mathematics Day. Born on this day in 1887, Ramanujan, despite having limited formal education, made profound contributions to number theory, mathematical analysis, infinite series, and continued fraction during his brief yet remarkable life, which ended at the age of 32. His notebooks, filled with thousands of theorems and formulas, many of which were previously unknown to the mathematical world, stand as a testament to his extraordinary talent. In 2011, on the 125th anniversary of his birth, the Indian government declared that 22nd December will be celebrated every year as National Mathematics Day. Today, as we celebrate Ramanujan's legacy, let us remember his unwavering dedication to mathematics, his spirit in inquiry, and his ability to think outside the box. Let us strive to cultivate a love for mathematics in ourselves and in the younger generation, encouraging them to explore beauty and wonder of this fantastic subject. With that hope, we start the first technical session of day two of our conference. This session is all about the workshop on data science and accelerate your career. So we are happy to announce you that our two leading speakers, Shumon Pal and Saurabh Dasgupta, both of them are among us. Both of them are young and energetic leaders of data science. So may I now first uh, introduce Shumon Pal, because the first talk will be delivered by Shumon, and the title of his talk would be Data Science Approaches to Strategic Decision Making Through Linear Programming and Game Theory. So let us have a small look about Shumon. Shumon Pal is a data scientist and AI practitioner with 17 years of experience. Currently, he serves at the AI/ML Decision Science Manager at Accenture, where he leads AI and ML initiatives to drive innovation and deliver impactful solutions for clients. He worked on different domains like US healthcare, CPG, finance, and banking. He has been an active speaker at numerous seminars and webinars organized by leading academic and professional institutes. He holds a master's degree in mathematics and computing from the Indian School of Mines, which is currently known as IIT Dhanbad, and bachelor's degree of mathematics from our own Presidency College, Kolkata. So without any further ado, it's my pleasure to welcome Shumon, and the screen is yours.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone. I would say it's a privilege to be here and on a very special day, what all, sir already have explained. I'll not spend much time giving all those explanations. I'll jump into the presentations. I'll share my screen. Let me know once you can see my screen.
Shobik, could you please unmute yourself?
I think my screen is visible, so I'll not spend time on my
Just one thing. Can you just hide it? The stop sharing one. Can you please click on hide so that
Sure.
that part would be, yeah. Thank you.
So as sir already mentioned that I have around 17 years of experience in AI ML decision science area. I have specialization of optimization algorithm, and then I hold master degree from ISM, which is IIT Dhanbad now, and BSc from on mathematics from Presidency College, Kolkata. So I'll move to the topic. So today I'll try to take the day-to-day life problem statement to mathematics and then mathematics to data science. So let's see how we can maybe make the journey smooth so that we can maybe understand how our day-to-day life can have similar kind of problem statement of maybe data science problem as well. So I have three examples here: student, then maybe one corporate, and maybe a common man. So student, so who may need to complete the project within 20 days, and that need to be submitted. So the what could be his or her intention? So intention will be to maximize the marks or score, or make the project really good so that he or she can score good marks. Similarly, corporate, they want to improve the revenue for their current month, current year, like that. And then for common man, most of the time we struggle to maybe have our essentials within the budget. So let's consider the budget is around 5K per month. So we need to buy home essential. So common man will also try to maybe have every essential items, or maybe maximize the quantity of the essential items, but within that budget. So with this, as you mentioned that in student, we are maximizing outcomes, scores, marks. For corporate, we are trying to maximize the sales. For common man, we are maximizing the quantity of essential items. What are the constants here? So, or maybe limiting factors here. Student, they have limited number of days within that that person need to complete all those tasks. For corporate, again, it's the limiting factor is the time. So we need to complete that within a month or within a year, depending on the target. And for maybe common man, it is the amount. So we have a 5K budget, so we need to complete everything within that budget. So this itself is one kind of an optimization problem where we are trying to maximize or minimize something based on some limitation or maybe limiting factors. So there are different types or components of optimization methods. So one, maybe the type of problems can be linear problems or non-linear problem. It can have maybe constant or without constant. Size of the problem also can be one-dimensional or multi-dimensional. I'll come to all of that, and then optimization criteria can have one objective methods or maybe multiple objective methods in it. Now, let's consider a real life problem statement from one industry. So one manufacturing company, they have two different type of machines. So one is type A and another one is type B. So each and every type of machine has different features in it. So as per the criteria, the manufacturer should have at least one of both the machine to start the business. But the cost of the machines are different. Machine A cost 1,000, whereas machine B cost 1,200 per each machine. And then they also take different space on the floor. So the first machine takes maybe 4 meters square, second machine takes maybe 5 meters square. and the total cost or the budget that we have is 1,20,000. So that is one of our limiting factor, or we need to do based on this constraint. And the availability of the floor size is also limited, which is 48 meters square. Now, how basis of what we are going to maximize or minimize here? So we know that we are going to get some profit from each of the machine. From machine A, we'll be able to get maybe 120 rupees per hour from this machine, whereas 100 rupees per hour profit will be able to generate from the type B machine. So now we have our optimization criteria as well, that we need to maximize profit. So which will be our combination of the machine, how many machine A or how many machine B I should purchase, so that I can maximize the profit considering all the limiting factors. So now how we can solve it? So here we have two machines. So the dimension of the problem is 2 dimension, and most of the constant or inequality and or the objective functions are linear. So this is going to be a linear programming problem. So we'll try to solve it. How we can maybe convert this mathematics to a mathematical problem, and how we can solve it. So we'll try to solve it using graphical methods. So this is what it is. If we just try to write it in a simple format, minimum requirement for each of the machine is 1 piece. Cost of machines 1,000 for machine 1, 1,200 for machine 2, and the limitation is 1,20,000 is the total available budget. Similarly, space requirement is this, and limiting factor is 48 MQ, and the profit is 120 from machine A, 100 from machine B. And if I just remove the unit and simplify the formula, it is coming like, so if I divide, maybe remove all the 0 and divide by 2, so it will come like this, the first equation and the second equation. And if we convert this as a linear programming problem, so this is how it will be. So the objective functions is maximize Z, where 120 is the profit from, so suppose X is the number of type A machines and Y is the number of type B machines. So now 120 into X and 100 into Y is the total profit that we'll be able to generate. But if we simplify it, it is coming as 6x plus 5y divided by the same number to both the number. What are the constants? So 1000x plus 1200y, which needs to be less than equals to, sorry, it was 1,20,000. By mistake, it 1,50,000. And if we simplify it, it will come as 5x plus 6y less than equals to 60. And the second equation is 6x plus 4y less than equals to 48. If we simplify it, it will be 3x plus 2y less than equals to 24. And there is other two constant, x should be greater than equals to 1, y should be greater than equals to y. So now, if we put all those inequality in the graph, so all my, since it's greater than equals to 1 and x and y both greater than equals to 1, so I have considered only one, the positive coordinates of the xy coordinates. Here, if I put all the equations, they will look like this. So the inequality defines the directions of the lines. So this is the equations 5x plus 6y equals to 60. But since it's less than equals to 60, all the area left side of this line represents my area, which is feasible solution for this particular inequality. Next equation is this. Again, the directionality represented by less than equals to 24. This is x greater than equals to 1 and y greater than equals to 1. So I got all the inequality in my xy coordinates, all the inequalities. So now this is the area where my feasible solution lies. So if I need to satisfy all the conditions, my solution should be here. Now, which solution is my optimal solution? Because this is this will have multiple solutions, multiple x variables points and y variables points. But which one should be considered for as a optimal solutions? So now we need to draw the objective functions. So this is the objective functions, 6x plus 5y. So now, since it is my maximization problem where I want to maximize the profit, so definitely my objective function should go on the right side or top, towards the top, right? Not towards the down. So if I need to move my objective functions, so this is where it is touching as the last point before it leave the feasible solution area. So which means this is the point where my maximum whatever xy variables points I'll get. So that will give my maximum of z. So this way we are able to solve the linear programming problem using graphical method. So this is possible when I have only two variables or the problem is two-dimensional. Maybe we can try to solve a three-dimensional problem as well, but it is going to be really, really difficult. So now but in real life scenario, I may not be only optimizing the scenario with machine A and machine B. I may have 5 such machines with different constant and different criteria where I need to identify what should be my optimal mix to have my maximum profit. So then definitely I'll not be able to solve those problems using graphical methods. And that's where we use simplex algorithm and other to solve those kind of problem. But how we convert that problem or how we will write that problem statement in a mathematical way. So this is how it is written like. So here also we have seen that I have coefficient of x, coefficient of y, and then I am maximizing that. And then we have coefficient of x, coefficient of y less than equals to some constant or maybe greater than equals to some constants. And based on that, we are optimizing. So here also, we are trying to convert it as a n-dimensional problem. So I have coefficient of x1, so x1, x2, x3, like xn are n number of variables which I need to optimize. So that's where my c1, x1, c2, x2, c3, xn, like cn, xn is my objective functions. Based on, again, multiple inequalities here, a1, 1, x1, a1, 2, x2, like that, they are less than equals to b1, less than equals to b2, like that. So I got my constants, I got my objective functions, and also some maybe non-negative criteria when I have. So when non-negative criteria arrives, like I cannot have -1 number of machine A or maybe -3 number of machine B. So my x1, x2 are non-negative. So with all those conditions, how we convert that into a maybe problem statement which can be solved using maybe Python or R or any coding language, I'll come to that. So here, this can be converted into matrix, and what we represent that matrix as C transpose X subject to AX less than equals to B, where all X greater than equals to 0. So if I simplify this, C transpose X is C transpose X, the C matrix is this, where C1, C2 until Cn, and then X matrix is this, x1, x2, xn. So if I do the matrix multiplication, we'll get the same equation, C1, x1 plus C2, x2 till Cn, xn. And subject to this is my constant and AX less than equals to B matrix, where all xj greater than equals to 0 for j equals to 0 to n. So now this mathematics, so what we have seen the real life problem and then real life problem to linear programming problem. And then if I want to consider how we can use this LPP in the industry, right? So if I consider any industry, maybe service industry, manufacturing industry, more or less every organizations try to balance their demand and supply, because a service industry providing some service to different companies, or maybe different vendors or providers. At the same time, maybe manufacturing industry creating some items which they are selling on the market. So if they are producing more and more items, so they may not be able to sell all those things, and they will maybe spend money to create all those items, but they will not be able to generate profit. Similarly, a service industry, when they are providing service to the different organizations, so service is provided by maybe machines or maybe by humans. If I have more demand but I don't have supply, which is maybe manpower or machines, I'll not be able to fulfill all the demand that I have. Or on the vice versa, if I have more supply, I'll be keeping my machines or humans sitting idle, and I'll be spending money on those humans or machines, but I'll not be able to generate profit, because whatever I'm generating, I may not have demand. So always any industry look for balancing this demand and supply. If demand is more, that's where understaffed happen. When supply is more, overstaffed happen, right? So now if I consider this and try to maybe try to understand one such industry problem for one service industry, and then how we can solve using maybe LPP. So let's consider one resource and skill matrix. So what is the skill matrix? Let's consider in today's world, if I consider data science field, so there are different kind of skills, right? So not everyone may know all the skill sets, right? So if I consider a couple of language like Python, R, SAS, and maybe a couple of other tools like Tableau, Power BI, and also if I consider couple of hardcore technical skills like maybe UX UI design, or maybe backend SQL server design also, right? So some of the skills may be mutually inclusive, so which maybe one person can have Tableau and Power BI knowledge but may not have knowledge on Python or R or UX UI. On the other side, maybe whosoever has knowledge on maybe UX UI using React JS or something, and then that person has knowledge of maybe backend development as well. So here, let's consider all those tasks are different kind of skill set, and each and every persons can do one or two or maybe multiple such activities or multiple such skills. And the skills can have, so one, maybe I can be very good in Python but maybe proficient for in maybe Tableau or Power BI. So here I have two type of skill sets, analyst or review. So analyst can do that job, but reviewer are kind of expert. They can do the job and they can review other person job as well, right? So reviewer are more of a expert kind of skill sets. So here now we got maybe multiple people having different kind of skill sets. Some of the people has multiple skills, and there are some overlapping skills as well. So if I consider that this last couple of people who can do multiple activities, whereas maybe the first couple of people can do only maybe task 3 and task 4, and then maybe these persons maybe they can do only 2 different tasks, but they are kind of expert on that 2 tasks, right? So now if I receive different kind of demand for each of the tasks, I got some requirement on maybe Tableau, some requirement on Python, some on SAS. How can I utilize my resource in a more efficient way so that I can fulfill all my demand, but I'm not exhausting my resource as well, or maybe I'm not asking my resource or maybe people to do overtime to complete their job. So when I'm saying so, if I'm getting maybe task 3 and task 4, I'll be more interested to use these people. But see, these people also can do that. These people also can do that. Whether I'll be using these people or these people. So that decision can be taken using optimization technique. It is quite difficult to maybe manually or just looking into these metrics to identify that what will be the optimal mix where I want to deploy people in whichever skills. But let's consider here I have a sample set of people, but let's consider I have maybe more than 60, 70 people, and I am getting every hours some task, or maybe every day I'm getting some task, and the ratio of those tasks are quite different. So how can I optimize my resource mix? So to reach to that conversions from resource skills metrics to maybe linear programming problem, I'll first create a skill matrix. The skill matrix is nothing but group of people with who are having similar kind of skills. So group 1, all the people who can do task 1 and task 2 as analysis. So I have their count. So I have 15 people who can do all those people. So instead of I am separating their by individual by their name, I consider them all are part of group 1 who can do similar kind of job with similar expertise. So group 2 can do this analysis, and I have 7 such count of people like that. So I got all the different group of people with different kind of skill sets, but each group are sacrosanct, so they can do similar kind of activities. So now I got 15 such group, and I am getting some demand, and then I need to fulfill that demand. But before that, so far we received the supply side of the story. I know how many people I have on my floor who can work on those activities, and at the same time I'll be receiving some demand. Suppose for maybe task 1 I have received this much work to complete and all. So I got my demand and supply, but what I'm going to optimize here, right? So for that, I don't have any, maybe I'm not considering the employee salary and all those things. Maybe more or less all are in the same salary bucket, or maybe they have different salary bucket, but here I'll not be considering that. Rather, I'll be creating a payoff matrix or penalty matrix for each of the group. So group 1, all the people can do analysis of task 1 and task 2, and I'll be assigning some payoff. So I know 15 such people, and the payoff is 10. And here group 26 who can do review for this activity, their payoff is high. So this payoff or penalty matrix is created using multiple keeping multiple things in mind. Like, so they are analysts, and I have more people who can do task 1 and task 2. So these people can do only task 1 and task 2, so they have less importance. So if I'm getting any work for task 1 and task 2, first thing I'll deploy these people rather than deploying this, because these people can do such thing which is rare in my skill grid. So based on multiple such factors, we create that penalty matrix or payoff matrix. So most of the time we use game theory to achieve this payoff matrix or penalty matrix. I'm not maybe discussing this game theory part today for the time constant. I'll move to the next part where I'm converting that problem to a LPP problem. So here we have seen that this is the skill grid where I have group 1 who can do maybe task 1 and task 2. So you can see here where 1 is mentioned. So that's where the people can do those kind of activities. So group 1 can't do task 3, task 4 like task 8. So it's 0. So I have converted this to this matrix, and I know I need to have x1, x2 like all those x1 and their coefficient matrix defined here. So this is my objective functions. Here I have the constant. How my constant? So if I assign 11 people from group 1 to task 1 and 4 people from group 1 to task 2, the total 11 plus 4 should be less than equals to 15, which is my available constant. Similarly, if I sum it up on row level, 11 plus 2 plus 5, which is 18, which should be greater than equals to 18, which is my required FT to complete on particular day's task 1 volume. And how we can achieve this 18? So I will have maybe volume of how many work I have for task 1, and if I convert that using average handle time to complete that task, I'll be able to achieve how many people I need to complete those activities for task 1. So now I got the objective function, I got the constant, and I got the maximization, or I got that maximization function as well, where I have used the penalty function to achieve this. Since it is a penalty functions, my intention will be to minimize the penalty. Where I have less penalty, I will be more interested to deploy those resource first. Where I have more penalty, I'll be keeping that resource on buffer, so that I'm getting more complex work or more work where I have less people, I'll be able to use those resources. So that's how I create that penalty function, and my intention will be to minimize that penalty. So now here again, what we have seen, that C transpose X, we want to minimize subject to A transpose AX less than equals to B, where X greater than equals to 0. So this area is my objective functions, or maybe objective matrix, where X is 1 into 208 dimension. How? I have 26 of groups and 8 such tasks. If I define X1, X2, X3, X26, then X27 like that. So it will be 26 into 8, which is 208. So I'll have 208 variables. And then I'll have the coefficient matrix also 206 dimension. 208 dimension, 208 cross 1. And the X variables is also 1 cross 208. Now, my constant matrix. So constant matrix, again, here I got that constant matrix to A11 to A126, and then A81 to A826, which needs to be less than equals to 2 set of variables. So one is I need to have them less than greater than equals to my requirements, because I need to fulfill all the activities that I have received by task level. At the same time, I need to I cannot deploy more people than I have. So allocated should be less than equals to my available. So now you can see here, one set of constant is my greater than equals to, one set of constant is my less than equals to. So in LPP, we always need to have one directions. How can we convert that? We just simply multiply -1 to both sides of one set of constant to have similar directions of the inequality, either greater than or less than. We need to keep that in mind when we are solving LPP. So, and this is my C transpose X, which is my optimization functions, or maybe Z, minimize Z. So now with this, we'll be able to convert that into metrics, and then using different Python or R package, we'll be able to solve this using readily available package, or we can solve using our own algorithm or maybe own set of code through multiple iterations using maybe simplex methods or any other solutions. So far we have seen that one industry problem, how we converted that to a mathematical problem, and that mathematical problem to maybe metrics which can be solve using some readily available package in Python or R, like that. Even sometimes we can be able to solve that using Excel, using Excel solver, but Excel solver has limitations of maximum 200 variables. So we can solve when we have maximum 200 such variables using Excel solver. And this is how the solution will look like. So once we run that optimization algorithm with this, so we'll be able to get such kind of result like G1, I need maybe 11 people from group 1 to work on task 1. And you can see here, I had maybe 15 such people and I had requirement of 18. I could have deployed all 15 of group 1 into task 1, but optimization algorithm has not done that. Why? Because I have defined the penalty matrix in such a way that I want to exhaust the group 1 at the same time wherever I may not have any resource. So for maybe task 2, I didn't had any resource available from any other group. So that's why I had to utilize my group 1 for task 2 as well, whereas I had to work with group 3, group 7 and group 8 to fulfill all the demand for task 1, right? So that's how LPP run through multiple iterations and check that penalty matrix or minimization functions, whether we are able to achieve the minimal number or not, and then based on that we get a optimal solution. So what we have seen so far is one problem statement where we have solved that using graphical methods, where we had only 2 sets of variables, and that 2 sets of variable we are able to solve. We found that feasible solution area, and then on that feasible solution area, which is the maximum where we are getting the maximum of Z based on whichever X and Y values. So this was the kind of problem statement what we have seen in the very first example. So this was the constraint, and based on that constraint, this shaded area is the feasible solution area, and then we had the objective functions line, which we maybe roll towards right considering a maximization problem, and then it was reaching to the point where we are getting the maximum of it. But is it always that simple? Like we always get a problem statement where we are able to get the feasible solution area so nicely, and we are able to get the objective function also so nicely, and we got the maybe intersection point, which is the solution point. So here maybe the intersection point is 3 7.5, which is X variable value is 3, Y variable is 7.5. But since we are purchasing machines, we cannot buy fraction, so we'll be we'll have maybe integer constant as well. So it will make as a Y variable as 7, right? So but do we really get exact this kind of problem all the time? Maybe not. So what are the different type of problems we receive, right? So this is one such example. So how this is different from the left side, right? So here we have 2 sets of constants or 2 sets of inequality. So the first inequality is towards the origin, another inequality is towards also the origin. But what is the problem here? The problem is the objective function is parallel to one of the inequality equations. But what will be the problem here? So what will happen if we try to maximize? So you can see here it is going towards right, and since it's a parallel to the inequality, it will merge to the line of one of the inequality functions, right? So what will happen? I'll have maybe I'll be able to optimize it, but I will have infinite solutions for XY. All the points lies on this area are my solutions for this optimizations, right? So it will not have a finite solution. Next, this is another such problem. So here you can see here there are three inequalities. One inequality, it is maybe the other directions of origin. This inequality is towards origin, and another inequality has towards the origin. Now the feasible solution area is this, but let's consider here in all my example, I am maximizing z where all the xy variables are greater than equals to 0, right? So but though I have a feasible solution area, I'll not be able to achieve any optimal solution, or I'll not be able to maximize the objective functions, because my objective functions will never be able to reach to the feasible solution area. So in this scenario, I'll not be able to get any optimal solutions. So these solutions, I'll have optimal solutions, infinite xy solutions. Here I'll not have any optimal solutions. Another example here. So I have three constants or three inequalities. One is other directions of origin, another one is other directions towards the origin, and then one is towards the origin. So this is the feasible solution area, but you can see this is unbounded. So this is infinite. It can go whatever x values I can go towards the right, whatever y values I go towards the right. So this is unbounded solutions. So here also I will not be able to achieve my optimal solutions, because it is my constant inequalities are such the solution itself is unbounded. I'll give another example here. So I have two inequalities, and in industry most of the time we see that many times the inequalities are such that they are maybe not talking to each other. So one inequality is on the right side, another inequality is on the left side. So I don't have any feasible solution area at all. So I'll not be able to reach optimal solution in this scenario as well. Okay, so these are the couple of problem statement we see most of the time in industry. But what we have seen is where we have maybe maximize or minimize the payoff metrics based on some skill metrics, where people were able to do their task parallelly, or they are mostly the task was disjoint. What is disjoint means? Like I don't have any dependency what data scientist is doing when maybe I'm designing some Tableau dashboard, but it can be, right? So until unless the data scientists create the models, or maybe create the predictions, I may not be able to create the visualizations or maybe dashboard. Or once the UX UI designer is not creating the visuals of it, will not be able to provide our outcome to the final solutions. So there might be some scenario we have dependency of one task to another task, which adds more complexity to the problem statement, right? So far what we have seen that we had different kind of tasks, and we had different people with different skill sets, but we are not considering whether if I get task 3, whether I can do that task 3 when my task 1 and task 2 is not completed, and that task to be completed by different set of people. So what will happen, until unless they complete their job, I'll be sitting idle if I am responsible for task 3. Or maybe there might be some people who can do maybe task 1 and task 3. So they will what will happen, they completed some of the task 1 which can be done by task 2 people, and then task task 3 is not completed because task 1 is again done by the same people. They are busy on working on task 1, right? So the flow is stopped here. They are generating backlog here. The task 4, task 5 people are sitting idle, right? So these are the real life problem scenarios we see in the industry. If we consider maybe one car manufacturing companies who has maybe chassis to be built, tire to be fit, or maybe their machineries to be fit. So until unless the chassis to be built, they will not be able to fit the maybe engine or other machineries or maybe tires. So if some people are having experience to maybe fit tires or maybe fit engine, they will be sitting idle until unless the chassis is created, right? So that's where the LPP or optimizations gets more and more complex when we add more complexity what we got in the got to see in the industry. So with that, maybe I'll take a pause. If there is any questions or anything, or maybe I'll just finish it. Other than, yeah, maybe I'll take a pause to see if there is any questions or any doubts which I can maybe clarify. Abhishek sir, over to you.
Yeah, so in between any question, the YouTube viewers, there are many YouTube viewers. I can see that it was previously around 70. Now, yeah, so it's going up. So any YouTube viewers who are watching this currently, if you have any questions, so the speaker has given an opportunity to, in between, if you have any questions, you can write it down on the chat box. I will just share with you. And also those who are in the Google Meet link can open up, can unmute yourself and ask direct question. Yeah, Sharwar, you have any question? Okay, maybe at the end they're going to ask you this question because not yet they are prepared enough to write. Okay, so please carry on. I will check.
Okay,
Yeah.
no,
So
I
one
think,
question I already get. Please explain the multiple solution, when it will happen, and how to find those.
uh, multiple solutions. If I can get some more details, what multiple solutions?
Could you, Amardeep, could you please just write more detailed question? What do you mean by multiple solutions? Okay, one question by Carl Gauss. Can we do optimization using Python?
Yes, definitely. We generally nowadays use Python to solve optimization problem, and there are lots of Python packages available. But sometimes we prefer to use our own algorithm than readily available packages considering some constant. So most of the time we create the metrics like what we have explained here, and then we run through multiple iterations to reach to the maximizations of the objective functions or minimization of the objective functions. But there are some readily available packages in Python and R both.
So Amandeep says that multiple solution means infinite solutions. I think infinitely many solutions or infinite
Yeah,
solution.
we can have infinite solutions. What we explained here. Um, So in this example, so you can see here my constant are not bounded. So on if I go right side to the x-axis or right side of this inequality. So it will keep on going like that. So I have x values 100, 200, thousands, whatever I do, it will keep on going towards the right. So I will not have any finite solutions to maximize it. So sorry, the infinite solution is this one, the first one. So where the objective function is parallel to one of the inequalities, where I will be able to achieve my optimizations, but I will have many values for x and y. All the value within this line between this and this are my solutions. So all those x and y values are my solution to this. So this is kind of one infinite solutions.
Okay, so another question is, say I am using, so this is regarding this optimization on Python. So one says that, say I am using, okay, can we do LHS or PRCC simulation in Python for sensitive analysis?
I'm not exactly getting it. If that person can unmute or
No,
ask that.
he is in YouTube.
Okay.
So can you please write it in a more detailed question so that maybe at the end he will again come back and try to answer these questions.
Sure.
Yeah. So maybe you please carry on. So we have in between, please write your question in between. I will just post it to there.
Excuse me, sir.
Sure.
I have a question. Is
Yeah.
the solution provided by Python or MATLAB or Mathematica same or may vary?
You may. Yeah. What's the question? So in Python or mathematical way, the solution will vary.
Mathematica or MATLAB all gave the same solution, or the solution may vary slightly?
It may vary slightly because if I am using different package, so they may be using different iterations methods, and that's where we can get different solution. Even if you run the iterations multiple times, there is a possibility to get different solutions for the same problem statement.
Then which solution should be considered as the accurate solution?
No, you will be getting so when you are maximizing or minimizing, so you'll be getting more or less similar number only. So all the solutions are optimal solutions only. So any of the solution you can consider as the correct solution. So in optimal solutions, when it is 2 dimensions, you can see here that this is the point where it is we are able to achieve the maximum of z. But the moment it is 3 dimension or more dimensional, it is more of a curvature. So in the curve, all the points or all those points will be the solution point. So there might be a terminology you might have heard, that hyperplane. So there will be some local optimizations and global optimizations. We will always try to achieve the global optimization points basis the iterations or maybe the link. We may not be able to reach to the global optimal points. So that's where whatever we are based optimized, so that solution we can consider, and that's where data scientists has that experience to maybe fine tune those parameter to reach to the global optimal points.
Okay,
so
sir. Thank
basically,
you.
we are getting local optima, but there is a possibility to maybe fine tune your parameters to reach to the global optimal points. But it may not you may not always be able to reach to the global optima.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Sir, I think we are top of the hour, so that's what I had.
Okay, so maybe more questions. What do you think? So okay, so the question again, he wrote it in detail. He says that, sir, I want to do global sensitivity analysis for my objective function of optimal control problem, and I am trying to use Latin hypercube sampling combining with partial rank correlation coefficient. Okay, so what is your question? So Gauss method. So can you help me to write code for it, or please suggest me any other techniques?
Yeah, so we may need to understand the problem statement. So writing code, definitely we can help, but maybe not in this workshop. But any mathematical problem can be first converted into sorry, any business problem first need to convert it into mathematical problem, and then try to solve using whichever linear programming algorithm suits to the problem statement, and then try to get the solution. So sometimes it happens that even though we are solving optimization problem, but sometimes we need to use assignment problem state algorithm to reach to the optimality. Or maybe traveling salesman problem, I have used traveling salesman problem methods as well in one of such optimization, where it could have it seems like it can be solved using simplex algorithm. So we need to understand the business problem in more details, and then maybe what kind of mathematical problem you have converted and how you are trying to solve it. We can definitely help on maybe coding those.
Okay, so he says that how can I contact you? So please write email. I will share my email. I will convey his email ID to you. Then you can directly contact him.
Sure.
Okay, I'll just share with. Okay, any other question? I think Bala Navas raised hands. So could you please unmute yourself and ask the question directly? Bala, can you hear me? Bala Navis? Okay, maybe the hand was... Yeah, Sagor, can you just unmute yourself and ask question?
Sir, problems arised in solving by graphical method for 2D LPP can be solved using other method.
Yeah, we can use simplex methods as well in two-dimensional problem statement as well.
Okay, sir. Or if we want to solve any multidimensional problem, then we have to use Python or some programming language, right?
No, it's not
It is
necessary. So we, if it is maybe three-dimensional, four-dimensional, we can solve it using simplex algorithm itself. The more and more variables we keep on adding, it gets more and more complex, where it will be difficult to solve maybe on pen and paper, right? And that's where we can use Excel solver if the variable is less than 200, and then greater than 200 we can solve using R, Python, or any other programming language which supports that.
okay, sir.
Okay, any other question to the speaker from YouTube channel? So just now I saw more than 80 people are live on the YouTube channel. So yesterday, I'm happy to announce that yesterday's total view was more than 1,600.
Wow.
So let's see how today's it work. Yeah, so no more. If there is no more question to the speaker, let's thanks once again. Thank you, Shumon, for your nice and interactive presentation.
Thank you.
So without any further delay, may I request our next speaker, Saurabh, are you ready?
Yeah, I am. I'll
Yeah,
share.
please share your screen. While he is sharing his screen, let me introduce. It's my great pleasure to introduce Saurabh Dasgupta. He is a senior banking professional with over 16 years of experience working in market and credit risk. He is currently located in London, UK, and working as an executive director at UBS, a global financial service company headquartered in Switzerland. Saurabh completed his MSc in Applied Statistics and Informatics from IIT Bombay and bachelor's degree in mathematics from our own Presidency College, Kolkata. So, without any further delay, it's my great pleasure to welcome Saurabh. The screen is yours.
Okay, thank you. Just to confirm, you can see my
Yeah, we
screen,
can
right?
see your screen. Yeah, perfect.
Okay, great. So, thank you again for the introduction, and yeah, really a great day to be here, as you said, Abhishek. So, without further delay, I'll just dive into the topic. So, what I wanted to present today was a brief overview of how we manage risk in different banking and financial organizations, and what I wanted to kind of present through the slides here is how deeply kind of mathematical foundations and mathematical and statistical models are actually used in the different banking and financial organizations on the day-to-day basis. So, we usually go to the bank, kind of withdraw cash or take out a credit card or a loan. We don't realize how deeply kind of, in the back end, how many more mathematical and statistical models are actually running, and how deeply these are embedded into the day-to-day management of how the banks actually work. So I'll again, the topic is very wide. I won't go into one particular topic in a lot of detail, but I'll try to touch on the major topics just to give you all a flavor of how mathematics and statistics are used in the different areas within the banks. Now, as a first, as an overview, first, let's take a quick tour of what, large banks and financial organizations do. So, the first and, most visible banking activities are the ones which we all see on a day-to-day basis, right? So, things like we go and open a savings account, right? Or we have a credit card, or we have a home loan or a car loan, for example. So, these things are usually the day-to-day activities that we are very familiar with. Now, on the back of that, there's a huge financial industry which is also doing other things, which are not always that transparent or familiar to us, but there is a lot going on in the banking world apart from what we usually see on a day-to-day basis. Now, these other categories are things which you might not all be familiar with on a day-to-day basis, but they are big, in terms of the like the magnitude of business that a bank or a financial organization does. So one is trading and sales. So there are multiple financial instruments. You might obviously know of the stock market, right? The National Stock Exchange or Bombay Stock Exchange, where stocks get traded on a day-to-day basis. There are bonds which are issued by different organizations to raise money for different business activities. There are things like derivatives, which I'll talk about in a bit in a subsequent slide, and that's where kind of things get a lot more interesting in comparison to what we see on a day-to-day basis. There's the asset management business, which is kind of managing clients' portfolios. So various people kind of, yeah, across asset management and wealth management, it's like people would entrust banks and financial organizations with their money, and the idea is, they in the banks or financial organizations would invest that money on their behalf to to grow their money or to grow their portfolio. There's things like merger and acquisition. So when let's say one company is acquired by another company, there are investment banks working in the background to actually make those deals happen. So that actually takes a lot of analysis into the books or the financial records of the different companies. There are financial advisory services, or when a company is actually issuing an equity. So you might have heard of IPOs, where a company lists on an exchange. So that also is done by investment banks in the back end. And then finally, insurance is something we are all familiar with. So financial organizations, of course, provide a lot of health insurance, life insurance, and property insurance, and insurance of all sorts. So as you can see, the portfolios that a bank holds, or a large financial organization would hold, is quite wide. It's not like, it's much more than meets the eye. It's much more than what we are usually on a day-to-day basis familiar with. These are things, I mean, there are activities that the banks and larger financial organizations are doing in the background, which are not necessarily retail and not necessarily involve us, but they are kind of core to what the banks and financial organizations are actually doing. And as we'll see in the following slides, I mean, maths and stats are kind of the backbone of pretty much all that the banking organizations usually do, right? So, and maybe just before I go on, what I would suggest is, if there's anyone on the Google channel, please, drop the questions on the chat, and I'll pick it up on the very end, right? So as you kind of come across any questions, please feel free to drop them on the chat. So just moving on, what we want to talk about here is, and that's the area I work in, is kind of management of financial risk. Now, what is financial risk? So financial risk is essentially the risk of encountering financial loss or stability from business activity. So, any sort of business activity that the bank is doing, it can lead to a financial loss for the bank, right? And they can be of various types. I'll quickly run through that. But any financial loss that the bank might encounter as part of their day-to-day activities is called financial loss. Now, banks by their nature, so whenever you are going and taking a loan, the bank is taking a risk on you, right? So, or on me for that matter. So anyone taking out a loan is a risk for the bank, because when someone is borrowing money, there's always a chance that that person would not repay. So that's, and the same goes for a credit card for that matter. So essentially, the bank, in its day-to-day activities, it's taking financial risk. And hence, if we were to summarize the activity, the business activity of a bank, it is balancing risk and reward. So it has to take risk by the very nature of its business. How well the bank actually manages its risk compared to the reward it gets is how well the bank actually operates, or how well the bank, let's say, does in its business. Now, when we talk about the type of risks that a bank, or financial risks that a bank can encounter, they are primarily of these four types, as I mentioned. So you can have market risk, which is change in, or risk of loss due to changes in market prices. So market prices can be of various kinds. Now, you can, some things which you would be, we all are familiar about on a day-to-day basis, are things like exchange rates, right? So if I talk about the rupee rate compared to dollar, for example, so that's an exchange rate. So any loss that it might encounter due to a change of that rate is market risk. It can have market risk due to changes in an equity investment. For example, if you had bought equities on, I don't know, Reliance shares, right? So if the Reliance share price changes, which it does on a day-to-day basis, then it's market risk. So the bank might actually lose or gain, for that matter, from the change in equity prices. The second category is what we briefly touched upon, credit risk, right? So it's the risk of loss due to the borrower's failure to meet contractual obligations. So as simple as someone taking a home loan, right, and basically failing to pay back, or taking a credit card and then failing to pay back the money which is due to him or her to the bank, right? The third category is liquidity risk. So this is essentially the risk of not being able to meet financial obligations due to the inability to convert to cash. So again, I'll go through that in the next slide, but very briefly, if you if you deposit some money in the bank, and let's say 1 month down the line you go to the bank and say, okay, I need to withdraw cash, and I mean, hypothetically, the bank might not have cash, for whatever reason, and might say, okay, we don't have cash to give to you, so you can't encash on your savings bank account, right? So although the risk of that is low, but that can happen, that there's a liquidity risk that the bank actually faces. And then the last category is operational risk. It is essentially the risk that the bank faces due to various processes that it runs. So as simple as, let's say, a problem in the IT system of the bank where you deposited, let's say, 1 lakh rupees, and then somehow 10 got omitted, and it was recorded in the bank's IT systems as 10,000 rupees. So something like that is an operational risk for the bank. And it can happen at any point due to whatever system failures, people kind of making mistakes, and so on and so forth. Now we'll run through I mean, in the interest of time, I won't be able to cover all these type of risks in very much detail, but I'll focus on market risk and credit risk. But liquidity risk and operational risks as well are very much kind of mathematically involved in terms of estimation. But for the interest of time, I'll cover market risk and credit risk in detail in these slides, right? Um, so what what I wanted to do was to just run through a simple example, and well, I mean, through those examples, try to explain how deeply embedded kind of financial mathematical models and statistical models are in the day-to-day operations of how the bank actually works, right? So let's start with as you see on the slide, a hypothetical retail bank, right? It's called Trust Financial Bank. It takes, things which we talked about. You kind of see ads from any bank on the street nowadays, which offers these products, right? So savings account, fixed deposits, you have home loans, car loans, right? So as simple as that. So nothing else. It's a simple bank. So when we look at kind of from a product perspective, these are fairly simple, right? So you go to the bank, deposit some money in your savings account. That's that. I mean, that's the end of where what we usually think about it. But or you take a home loan, that's kind of we get the money and then we are kind of pretty much that's the limit of what we actually think about in that sense. Now for the bank, it's, as I said, it's taking a risk, right, on each of these products. Now what I wanted to do here was to talk through what the bank is taking as a financial risk when it offers you these products, right? So market risk, right, as I said first. So imagine you go and give take you deposit some money at 5%, right? So essentially I go into the bank and say I want to make a fixed deposit 5%, right? Now obviously the bank is obligated to pay you 5% every year. Let's say if you made a 5-year deposit, the bank is obligated to pay you for 5 years, right? But the rate itself changes every year, right? I mean, inflation goes up and down. The rates the banks offer, they go up and down. I mean, you would have seen, 2 or 3 years back, the fixed deposit rates that the bank would offer are very much higher than compared to what it is now. So essentially a fixed deposit which was made, let's say, 3 years back, is a loss making portfolio for the bank, right? Because the rate now for a deposit is much lower. It is let's say 4%, right? So essentially there's a market risk that comes with that savings account product that, or sorry, the fixed deposit product that the bank is has offered you, right? 3 or 4 years down the line. Similarly, right, I mean, we talked about a loan. So essentially, whenever the bank is offering you a loan, it is taking a, well, it's taking a risk, because it might actually not the borrower might not repay the loan, right, for that matter. And similarly, like we talked about liquidity risk, I mean, we talked about savings account, let's say. And this is also an important point, right? So when we talk about savings account, so you go and deposit, let's say, one lakh, for argument's sake, to a bank, right? What do we expect the bank to do? I mean, the bank has to offer, let's say, some interest rate, right? Let's say 3% interest rate, for argument's sake. That 3% is not going to come on its own. So the bank has to do something to actually give you that 3% in the first place. So the money that lies in the saving account, and there are millions of customers like us who are depositing money into their savings account. That money is not lying idle, right? So essentially that money is being recirculated as whatever form, right? It might be given out in the form of loans, it might be redirected, or the bank might actually do some trading activity, or so on and so forth. So essentially, by recirculating the money that goes into the savings account, the bank is taking liquidity risk, right? But because by the fact that any savings bank account holder might come any fine day and ask for money back. Now imagine if, like, many of those customers come one fine day together and ask for that money, whereas that money has been utilized by the bank to do some other activity. That would be like, the bank is not able to satisfy its requirement of giving back the money in a savings account. So that is almost like the bank going bankrupt, right? So that is not a situation that the bank can afford. So there are, in fact, as I was talking about, although I will not go into a lot of detail, there are statistical models that are used in the background, which tells the banks how much of the savings account can actually be deposited or used for other activities versus how much it needs to save in, or kind of keep aside, to meet its liquidity obligations, or to meet the obligation that if one fine day a customer comes and asks for their money back, it can actually give that money back, right? So yeah, again, as I said, so these are kind of three different type of risks that I kind of briefly wanted to talk about. This is, I mean, you can see the story here, right? I mean, there is, for each activity that the bank is doing, it is encountering some financial risk, and to manage that risk, it is a mathematical problem in itself. So, and this is the most simplest of product offerings that we talked about. Now let's go to the next slide. This is the part of a financial organization that we as retail customers are not always that familiar with. So but these product offerings are there for big corporates, I mean, bigger clients, or industries, or companies that are doing their various businesses. So these are core banking activities, or activities that financial organizations usually perform. They are not usually retail activities in the sense that we as kind of regular customers, when we turn up at a bank's branch, are don't see that these products are being dealt with to such an extent by the bank, right? But let's talk about a couple of examples, and this is where it gets fairly interesting, right? I mean, what we talked about before were simpler products. Here we are talking about a bit more complicated products, right? So let's imagine a farmer who grows wheat, right? So essentially, they're kind of in the industry, or in the, well, business of growing wheat. The farmer, right, every year kind of harvests wheat and then sells it, right? Now for whatever reason, the farmer is actually worried about the possibility of wheat prices falling by the time the crop is ready, right? So he's planning for the next year when the crop will be harvested and sold. And obviously the wheat prices will fluctuate, right? And we hear it all in the news about kind of standard prices and things of agricultural products and so on and so forth. So obviously the farmer is worried that by the time, if for let's say the weather is not that great, he might you might not have enough crop, or if the prices might have fallen and so on and so forth. So he wants some stability or some assurance that the wheat prices are not, I mean, that he would get when it's harvested is what he expects, right? So he goes to the bank and asks, okay, can you do something so that I can lock in the price of of wheat for the future when the wheat prices are when the wheat is harvested, right? So the bank and the farmer actually agree on a contract which says, okay, wheat will be harvested in, let's say, 6 months time. The price that we would offer is this much, and the bank essentially agrees that the bank would pay the differential between the locked in price and the market price of at that point, right? So what I gave you an example of is what is called a cash settled commodity future forward contract. It's basically saying, down the line, we will the bank will pay, in fact, or receive. So bear in mind that the price might actually go against the farmer and might have increased quite a lot. So he's actually locking in the price, not in case the price has increased more than what he initially thought would be the case, then the farmer is still locked into the price. So it goes both ways, right? So but either way they agree on this contract. So essentially the bank will pay or receive, based on the market price in 6 months time, whatever the differential is between the market rate and the locked in rate, right? So it's a type of instrument, a financial instrument that we call a forward contract. Now, taking another example, we are talking about here, let's say, an India-based exporter, right, which is manufacturing toys in India and they're exporting it to the USA. I meant to say, sorry, I put UK, but it's a, let's say, it's a big order worth $1 million, which will be paid by in US dollars in 12-month time, right? So essentially, the manufacturer will get $1 million in their bank account. Now, this manufacturer, as I mentioned, is an India-based company. So they don't, I mean, obviously the dollar rupee rate fluctuates, right? So, they don't, and with such a huge order, they don't necessarily want to, be affected by the fluctuation of the dollar rupee rate, right? And they turn again to our Trust Financial Bank and come and say, can you do something so that I get a fixed amount of rupee only if the dollar rupee rate is in my favor. Else, the contract is null and void, right? So something a bit more complicated than what we talked about before, right? So essentially, before we were talking about, a locked-in rate. The rate can go both ways. Here we are talking about a case where it only gives the manufacturer the money in case the dollar rupee rate actually turns in their favor. So here's the contract which we are talking about, right? So they agree on a contract where the export company will pay the bank $1 million and get the corresponding dollar rupee rate, whatever the market rate is, only if it is above 83, right? So this is the point where I was mentioning they want to make it favorable to them, where they will get whatever rate it is if it is greater than 83, right? If it is lower than 83, the transaction is null and void. So um, so that's a contract they agree to. In lieu of that contract, the bank receives an upfront payment, right? So as with any product which you're buying and selling, here the company, the exporter, pays the bank an upfront fees and agrees to the contract, right? So this is an example of a what we call an FX option. So this in fact is something called a FX call option. So the exporter here is buying a FX call option on the dollar rupee rate, right? Now, these examples that you see, and you can get a sense here, right? So, we have an infinite number of, like, uh, well, instruments in the market available, right? And you can create any type of financial instrument on top of that. So what these class of instruments are, or products, financial products are called, is financial derivatives. So these are called derivatives because they are, the value of these financial products actually are, is derived from one or more of the underlying assets. So essentially here in the above cases, the first example was where the contract price is actually, well, dependent on the commodity prices. The second example was a financial instrument where it's dependent on the dollar INR rate, right? So these sort of instruments are called, are a class of financial products. They are called financial derivatives. And believe me, it can be any infinite number of combinations that can arise out of these different, products or market variables that are available in the market. So here we talked about FX and wheat. I mean, you can talk about gold, you can talk about any exchange rate, you can talk about interest rates, you can talk about any equity that is there across the world. You can have even instruments which are dependent on a particular company actually defaulting on their obligations. So it can get very, very complex, right? So and we'll move to the next slide. So here we talk about, so again, going back to my previous point, all these products carry risk, which in themselves, and the banks or the financial organization's task is basically to manage the risks, to make sure that the rewards that they get are proportionate to the risk they are taking. These risks are not always, deterministic. So market variables can fluctuate in any number of ways, and that can lead to risks in any number of ways. These are not deterministic, right? So the only way to actually evaluate and monitor and measure risk is through the probabilistic models, right? So essentially statistics and mathematics are used to a great extent to actually quantify these risks in the first place, and that's what we'll go through in the subsequent slides, right? So just kind of skimming through, I think we talked about this here, but before, but essentially, what sort of market risk are we talking about? So in this, in the first example, if the well, I mean, if let's say the wheat prices is significantly lower, that means the differential, as we talked about, will be paid by the bank, right? So essentially, the wheat prices, actually, the fact that the wheat prices move, it exposes the bank to market risk. So essentially, the fact that the wheat prices might move, which is a market factor, leads to market risk for the bank. And similarly, if the dollar rupee rate actually is significantly higher than 83, then we are, the bank will still be obliged to pay the differential. Now, this is an unbound risk. That's an interesting point, because the rate might go to any point, right? Of course, it'll, there are other market factors. The Reserve Bank of India would probably intervene in case it goes too high or something like that. But essentially, this is an unbound risk, right? So if it goes to 1,000, then the differential has to be paid. Still, the bank is still obliged to pay the differential, right? So there's an enormous amount of market risk that the bank is taking in this case. Similarly, credit risk. So again, the credit risk is not deterministic in this case as compared to a loan, for example, because the loan, how much the bank, like, how much the customer actually owes the bank. But in this case, you don't know how much risk you have, because how much risk you have is actually dependent on the wheat prices. So imagine, the wheat prices went significantly lower, and now the farmer actually owes a lot of money to the bank, right? And let's say the farmer says, I don't have money, right? So in that case, the bank now has credit risk because the farmer actually owed money to the bank and he does not have money to pay anymore, right? This example of what we took here as the, sorry, let me just go back one point. So this example of a FX option, call option, a bought call option, in fact, where the exporter is buying that option, is an interesting one. So here the bank is actually selling an option. It's interesting that this transaction has actually does not bear any credit risk, because and that's an interesting use case to understand credit risk, because the bank has received upfront fees for this transaction, right? So it can only lose money. So as I said, if this is a transaction where the bank has to pay money under any cost, under any circumstances. At max, it might not be. So if the rate is below 83, then the transaction is null and void. So the bank does not pay any money. But if it goes up, the bank has to pay money. So in any case, the bank is not expecting any money from the exporter. So this is an interesting example of one where the financial derivative in fact does not have credit risk, because the money it was supposed to get, it has already got through the upfront fees. So um, that's an interesting use case to think about credit risk. But yeah, so now let's turn a bit into the details of how credit risk and market risk and credit risk are measured. I'll probably skim through these in the interest of time, won't go into a lot of detail. But here the whole idea is to get you all interested in the topic. It's a fascinating topic given the amount of mathematics that goes into risk management nowadays in a financial organization. But yeah, so quickly to skim through, when we talk about market risk, there are several different ways of measuring market risk. The first and most basic method is what we call financial Greeks. The Greeks are essentially partial derivatives, right? They're not nothing but partial derivatives to an underlying risk factor. So the most fundamental one that we observe is the first order derivative on the price of the underlying, which is called a delta, right? So going back to our example of a commodity forward contract, which we talked about between the farmer and the bank, assuming S is the price of wheat and V is the value of the forward contract. So, again, the forward contract might be done today for a lock-in date of 6 months, right? But let's say we are 3 months down the line and we are trying to ascertain what is the value of that forward contract in itself. So essentially, at that point, we can use a delta measure to actually see how much the value of the forward contract itself changes compared to the underlying wheat price. So here, it's just a partial derivative compared to the wheat price. So in again, I mean, it's quite, I won't go into the details a lot, but it's quite mathematically simple to compute the delta. So it's basically, it's very close to 1%. So essentially, for a 1% move in the underlying wheat price, the value of the forward contract changes by close to 1%. So there's again a mathematical derivation of it. The actual calculation is this e to the power minus r capital T minus t. Again, you can look up the derivation if it's of interest. It's fairly simple. There are some assumptions which go into it regarding the regarding interest free, sorry, risk-free interest rates and so on and so forth. So I won't go into that into a lot of detail for now. So now let's look at the second example that we talked about. That is the FX option. Now the FX option is not as simple, because the profile of the the profile of payoff, what we call payoff, or the money we get, is not linear in that case, unlike the unlike the forward contract. So it's a yeah, it's capped to a certain extent, to a certain point, to that 83 that we were looking at, and then it is a linear from there on. So in fact, this leads to, the valuation of options is leads to this model called the Black-Scholes model, which is one of the cornerstone, or kind of one of the most heard about financial theories, or financial mathematical financial finance derivations that you see, the first one of the first models you encounter in this world of finance. So Black-Scholes is actually a model, and Black-Scholes is an hour-long discussion in itself, so I'll not go into a lot of detail. But Black-Scholes is a model which is used to actually derive the value of an option, like the option we talked about. So again, to actually go, some basic assumptions in the Black-Scholes model, and you can see here, I mean, there's a partial differential equation which is used here, and that leads to the Black-Scholes valuation model. But the underlying fundamental assumption is that the dollar rupee rate, in this case, or the underlying price, or the asset price, actually moves with a geometric Brownian motion, like the one articulated here. So, and there's also a partial differential equation which is used, and that gives rise to a closed form solution for the valuation of that option at any point in time. So and again, please feel free to read about it, in your own time. It's, as I said, it's a discussion on its own right, so I won't go into a lot of detail. But the Black-Scholes model also produces the different Greeks that we were talking about. So essentially, when we talk about options, we talk about different measures of market risk, the delta being the sensitivity of the price to the underlying asset, the gamma being the sensitivity to the second order. So this is a second order, which is quite interesting. So it's the change of delta compared to the underlying price. So it's like, the second order over the delta. There's the vega, which is the change in option prices due to a change in the volatility. This theta, which is change just due to the pure passage of time. So as we go from the initiation of the contract to, let's say, 3 months down the line, the value of the option changes just because of the passage of time. So these, and then there's one which is related to the risk-free interest rates, which is rho. So essentially, a simple product, well, not as simple, but then a product like the FX option which we described before, they lead to all these different Greeks that the bank has to now manage, right? So essentially, um, you know the, just because the bank did that transaction, now it has these Greeks, right? And the risk is there. So what do you expect the bank to usually do with these, right? So do you expect that once it does that, once it transacts in that option, or the forward contract, does it just sit idle and not do anything about the risks it's taking? No, right? So the what the bank does is something which is called a hedging exercise. So the hedging is essentially going into the market and performing negating transactions. So essentially, like not exactly equal and opposite, but chunks of transactions which would give which would kind of hedge or negate some of the risks, or some of the Greeks that have been generated, right? So as an example, when we talked about that FX option, it will lead to a delta now, which is basically a risk that the option price actually changes due to the change in dollar rupee rate, right? So the bank would usually go and do a negative transaction. So for example, it can do again a forward contract, like we talked about on, instead of commodities, but now on the dollar rupee rate, to create a offsetting delta, which would hedge that exposure, or kind of bring that exposure, or negate that exposure down to zero. Now imagine a large bank is doing several such transactions, in a day, and the amount of total risk that the bank is accumulating is not that easy to just calculate on an Excel sheet. So essentially, these things now require kind of strong, or kind of very elaborate IT systems, where complex mathematical models are actually employed, and a lot of computation capacity goes into kind of calculating the Greeks and so on and so forth, so that the bank actually has a clear view of all the risks it's carrying, right? So just moving on quickly. So again, just to conclude on market risk, we have, so while we looked at the Greeks, which is one way of measuring risk, we also have something called value at risk. So when we talk about market risk, it's one of the kind of very fundamental concepts that you would come across if you read about market risk. Uh, Value at risk is basically, again, all of these are probabilistic measures, right? So the probabilistic measure here we're looking at with value at risk is the maximum loss that over a certain time window the bank can encounter with a given probability. So essentially it's looking at the distribution of returns on its portfolio, and then based on that distribution it is trying to ascertain with a certain probability or a certain confidence level what sort of loss it might encounter. Now, there are three types of VAR calculations that a bank usually performs. There's a kind of parametric method where the bank might actually imagine that the portfolio or the portfolio distribution itself is a normal distribution with mean and standard deviation of a given value. This is kind of usually not encouraged that much, because the returns distribution or the distribution of the portfolio is anything but normal, ideally, right, in a typical use case. So a lot of banks use what we call historical simulation. So they look at historical prices of the different asset classes. So essentially here, I mean, just going back to the wheat contract example, we might look at how the wheat prices have evolved over the last 10 years, and then essentially let's say 250 days per year we have 2500 returns, and then the 25th worst observation will give us a 99th percentile probabilistic loss, right? So that's one common way. But again, one of the biggest drawbacks with that assumption is that we expect history to repeat itself, which is usually not the case. So what it leads to is usually something well, I mean, you might be familiar with Monte Carlo simulation. So instead of actually assuming a historical distribution, we often simulate based on an underlying distribution, and we'll talk about it in a few seconds. So Monte Carlo simulations is kind of becoming more and more the standard across the industry, where we assume different mathematical models for the evolution of the underlying prices. So for example, the wheat prices we were talking about, we could assume a mathematical a stochastic model, and then look at kind of various simulations, and then take the distribution over that, instead of looking at a historical or assuming a normal distribution. We'll go into that in a second. Sorry, I'm just rushing through in the interest of time. Now let's move on to credit risk here. So basically, credit risk is yet another kind of interesting topic. As we were talking about, credit risk is essentially the money that could be lost due to a client failing to meet the obligation. So yet again, credit risk is a probabilistic measure, right? It's not a deterministic measure. So what you typically use as a as a measure is something called an expected loss, which is a combination of three different things. One is the probability of default, or essentially the probability that a client might, or a counterparty might default. There's the fact of a loss given default, and well, there's at certain points the bank might assume that there's a certain recovery rate. If let's say a credit card is default, it might actually be able to recover some money, or if there's a loan, you might have collateral as like gold collateral as an example, which it might be able to liquidate and might be able to recover some money. So uh, we might not assume 100% as the loss. And then the third term, which is again an interesting term, is the exposure at default, which is basically how much do we lose in case the bank, or sorry, in case the client defaults. Now, as we saw before, this exposure at default term is also not deterministic, right? It is based on we are looking at a probabilistic method here to estimate exposure at default. So probability of default is probably something which the banks use most widely on a day-to-day basis. So think of it like a credit card, or think of it like a home loan, right? So when a loan is given or a credit card is given, the bank usually would look at the borrower and then ascertain the profile of the borrower, and then estimate the chances that the borrower might default. So in that sense, it is purely a logistic regression problem, right? So the reason I say that is, you have a certain set of variables. Like if it was, an individual like me, there are individual characteristics like age, education, income, which go as X variables. And then for a corporate client, it might be revenue, financial ratios, etc., company specific details. And with those variables, we are trying to ascertain the Y variable, which is the probability of a default, right? So typically, again, as I said, a logistic regression exactly fits that use case where you're trying to ascertain what is the probability that Y is Y, or the client will default, based on a certain set of X variables. Now, this is obviously trained in on a data set that the bank has, and there are it would accumulate that data over time, and then have a logistic regression model running on its own, on its system, which gives it, when a new client comes, the prediction of the probability of a default. In the recent past, there have been more shifts to machine learning models, right? So more sophisticated models like neural networks, because they capture the non-linearity really well. So you have gradient boosting, so GBM, and then decision trees and things like that, which are being used more and more in the industry, right? Um, Exposure at default, again, a term which we talked about briefly. I won't go through in a lot of detail, but as I said, it's not a deterministic measure, it's a probabilistic measure. And that, to actually get to that probabilistic measure and to get a percentile of how much we might lose, we actually look at simulating the underlying factors, right? So going back to our example of the forward contract and FX option, we might actually simulate the prices of the underlines, right? The dollar rupee rate and the wheat prices, and then look at kind of what sort of exposure we might have. So interestingly, again, I'll just quickly go back to this example. So it's interesting to look at this. So it's when we look at a distribution, again, the return distribution is anything but normal. But when we look at when we look at market risk, we are looking at how much we can potentially lose. Whereas when we look at credit risk, we are we are looking at how much we can gain, because the more we gain, the more there's a risk that we owe money from the client, or the counterparty, the bank, I mean, owes money from the client. And hence, the more the credit risk in terms of the client or counterparty actually defaulting, right? So it's kind of looking at the same distribution of returns, but two different tails of the distribution. Now, I won't go into a lot of detail, but as we talked about, so one of the core components of, because both market risk and credit risk are probabilistic measures, we try to, the basis of all the evaluation is essentially creating a distribution like this, right? So how much can we, well, with what probability can we lose how much, right? So we are trying to create a distribution like this. And to create a distribution like this, what we do usually is to simulate the underlying risk factors. And again, the risk underlying, when I say risk factors, they're the underlying asset class prices. So they can be, again, anything from wheat to dollar rupee rate, or dollar whatever you know the dollar pound rate, or interest rate for that matter. So there are different type of products we are looking at, right? So we use different type of stochastic models to actually simulate the prices. So for equities, you use things like GBM, which we talked about. There's for FX also we use GBM. Interest rates, we use Vasicek model, which is quite a well established model with mean reversion, because there's some theories in terms of how the interest rates would actually behave over time. So there's the concept of mean reversion, which is embedded in the Vasicek model. But again, these are very, very technical and complex models which go into the core of how banks, or kind of banks with complex operations, manage their day-to-day business. So you can kind of get to see, right, how difficult, or how core the mathematical and statistical modeling techniques are to the different financial organizations. So not everything is, so, I mean, we are not usually familiar with these different products when we go into a bank and, let's say, deposit a check, or withdraw, get a loan. But believe me, there's a lot of mathematical and statistical modeling and a lot of computation that is going on every day in the bank systems, to make sure that, for example, as simple as, when you go and ask money from your savings account from the bank does not turn around and say, oh, I don't have the money, right? So essentially, there's a lot that goes on behind the scenes, and maths and stats are core to it. I mean, just to conclude on this, what we talked about is, as I said, just a tip of the iceberg, right? So we looked at only two examples with a wheat and dollar rupee rate, and simple derivatives contract. So they can be modeled on their own on a standalone basis fairly easily, maybe even on an Excel sheet. But when you have so many different type of products, the banks are trading day in, day out, the portfolios are become very, very complex. And one of the things we did not talk about is correlation, right? So essentially, it's not that when you're trading so many different type of asset classes, you're not only interested in the asset class movement on its own, but you're also looking at how these different asset classes are moving together with each other, right? So how they are correlated to each other. And again, we talked about the payoff, right? So we talked about only a couple of type of payoffs. One was linear, where the price increase is just linear with well, the price of the financial contract increases or decreases linearly with the underlying, like the wheat contract. Or we talked about the option, which is again a fairly simple example of the type of payoffs there can be. There can be an infinite combination, as you can imagine, right? So I can go into the bank and ask for any type of payoff I might want, right? And not necessarily the bank will always entertain such a request, but the banks can trade very, very complex products. So, and the more complex they are, the more complex of a mathematical problem they become for the bank to actually look at. Now, I mean, just to conclude with a couple of examples, how real life examples, how interesting or complex it can become. Imagine, when we are looking at the example with the farmer, let's say he wanted, instead of a wheat contract, he wanted something where it says, okay, if the rain, I mean, if there's less rain, or if the summer is very dry, then he wants some payout, right? So now you're talking about modeling the weather. I mean, how do you do that? So it's not a simple mathematical problem, right? Another example, which was, if you're familiar with the 2008 crisis, something that came up quite a lot. There were like this packaging and repackaging of home loans. So essentially, let's say a bank has, I don't know, like 10,000 home loans. It would then package those home loans and sell it in different instruments to different organizations. So something called collateralized debt obligation, or a CDO. Then they started making, taking different CDOs and then kind of repackaging them as something called a CDO squared. Now, during the financial crisis, it became very difficult, and all of these things became so interconnected. It was very, very difficult to manage risks for the bank. And I mean, CDOs were super complex products. I mean, banks have not traded that much since, on CDOs and CDO Square since the financial crisis. But you can imagine how complex these things can become. And these are very, very complex, mathematical problems. And in fact, the big banks or the big kind of investment banks that offer these products, they rely heavily on quantitative mathematicians to come up with mathematical models to measure and value these products better, because the better you value these products, the better the bank would perform in the end. So with that, I would, the moral of the story is, maths and stats are pretty much kind of core to how like real life banking actually works. And in fact, the better the mathematical models the banks actually employ, the better they are at managing their risk and their business. So with that, I think we are kind of almost out of time. I'll take any questions that you might have. Abhishek, sir, back to you.
Okay, thank you very much for your nice and excellent presentation with a lot of information. I'm sure that many questions will be coming. So those who are on our Google Meet link, may I request them to unmute themselves to ask questions directly, and I will just convey the questions from YouTube users. So I can see a few of them. So for example, okay, I think every risk is probabilistic. Can you please give example of deterministic risk?
So deterministic risk is, I think, the loans are to an extent, I would say, deterministic in a way. The credit risk on loans, for example, right? Because you are borrowing a certain amount from the bank, right? And at a certain point in time, the bank you owe a certain amount to the bank, right? So, and that's the risk for the bank essentially at that point. So to an extent, I would say a loan in the form of credit risk is actually a deterministic risk, because the bank actually knows that this is the amount it owes, so it does not have to kind of deploy a complicated model to actually evaluate how much the credit risk actually is.
Okay. Another question with the same guy, Dr. Chinmoy Ghosh. In real situations, are decision-making problems linear or they are non-linear?
So most use cases, I would say, are non-linear in nature, because as we saw, so there are linear examples as well, right? So it all depends on the product portfolio, right? So what you're trying to ascertain is how your product, the valuation of the product, actually is impacted by the change in the underlying prices. So like we went through this example of a wheat contract. So that's an example of a linear contract to an extent, because if you have a 1% change in the price of wheat, the price of that contract actually changes by approximately 1%, but it's slightly less than 1%, but it's mostly linear. But as we go around kind of looking at more and more complex products, they become usually non-linear in nature, right? So the more well most risks, I would say, that we look at on a real life situation are non-linear in that sense.
Okay, if you're satisfied with the answer, then please write it, or even if you have more questions, that also please write there. So I have another question, like, please explain the role of Black-Scholes equation in a short.
Yeah, so the Black-Scholes equation is actually used to value like an option contract, as I was explaining before, right? So just going back to this example, yes. So an example like this, right? So essentially, when we talk about this FX contract, FX option contract, so a Black-Scholes model would usually be deployed to get the valuation, so this upfront fees, right? So imagine this bank actually offers this contract, right? And it is asking the question to itself, what is the upfront fees that we should charge? So that amount of upfront fees is actually determined by the Black-Scholes model, which is the valuation. So not only the upfront fees, but as we go along, you know during the course of that transaction, so imagine we concluded this transaction for a 6-month period, and you're now 3 months down the line, then at that 3-month point, if you were to value how much that the contract is valued at, you would again use Black-Scholes, right, to determine that. And not only that, as we talked about this in this slide, these Greeks, financial Greeks, which are used to then hedge that exposure. So essentially, when the bank tries to, let's say, negate that exposure, or that outright exposure that it has to, for example, the dollar rupee rate here, it would rely again on Black-Scholes to look at how much the delta is, and then hedge or kind of negate that transaction through a transaction that generates a similar but negative delta, right? So hopefully that explains.
So if you are satisfied with that answer, then please write it there. And if not, then please write again. So Dr. Chinmoy Ghosh, regarding his linear question, he is satisfied, fully satisfied. He says, thanks to you. Okay. Any further question from YouTube viewers? Okay, I cannot see any further question. Okay, let's see any question from the Google Meet link viewers. Okay, so no further question. Let's thanks once again the speaker, for both the speakers for nicely explaining things, and
it's good paper.
it was really wonderful for the students as well as for the students who are actually going for their future journey towards data science. It will really help them a lot. So thank you once again. And that's the end of this technical session, but we'll quickly switch to the next technical session. So thank you, both Shourabh as well as Shumon, for joining us.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah. So now we'll move forward to our next technical session. So in that technical session, we'll have 4 presentations by eminent professors as well as scholars. I hope that all of them has joined. Let's see. I can see Professor Manus Chatterjee. So hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear.
Okay, and would you like me to share your slide, or you will do
Yeah,
on
I
your
think it will
own?
be better if you do that,
Okay, I will do that.
Yeah.
I will do that during your presentation.
Because I'll skip something. So I'll skip some PowerPoints.
Yeah, so you will just tell me to skip the slides, then I will
Yeah.
quick that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, and Dr. Tiwari, are you here? Dr. Tiwari. Okay, maybe he will join soon. Okay, Shumik and Ishan. Okay, maybe they will join us soon because we are still 10 minutes of time. Yeah, so a good news that I would like to share with you that for yesterday's the whole day program, we had more than 1,700 views. So more than 1,700 views of a YouTube channel we had. And today itself, we have already more than 700 views already we had for the last few sessions that we had. So hopefully that today also we will reach more than 1,000 views of our channel. So it's really, we're thankful to all the viewers as well as all the speakers. And we're looking forward to have even more. So, okay, so I can see, so we are about to start then. So it's my great pleasure to introduce our chairperson of this technical session, Professor Eric Trell, Emeritus Professor, retired from Linköping University, and he is also the Vice President of IMBIC. So may I now request Professor Trell to take over this technical session?
Yes, thank you for that. I take over now, and it's a pleasure to share this next meeting. It's full of interesting stuff, high-tech, advanced for the future. And the first speaker is Dr. Sharvan Tiwari, and he's from the Technology Innovation Institute, Abu Dhabi. Very exciting. And he's working there as a cryptanalyst at the Cryptography Research Center, Technology Innovation Institute in Abu Dhabi. It can't be more advanced than that, I think. And areas of research are development of tools and techniques for algebraic cryptanalysis of symmetric key cryptography and multivariate public key cryptography and computer algebra and finite fields. This will be very exciting, and I'm glad to welcome Dr. Tiwari to take the stand.
Thank you very much for the introduction, Eric. So can I share my slides?
Yeah, please. But your volume is little less. So could you please increase your volume? Yeah, now I think it's better. Or
it's better?
But still less bit. Okay, maybe fine. Please carry on with your presentation. Yeah.
So I don't know, but I could not find the window which I want to share.
Okay, can you see a box with an arrow at the bottom?
Yeah.
Can you please click on that?
Yeah, that's I click, but
then your entire screen is coming.
Yes.
Please click on that, and then a new box came up.
Yeah, I got it now.
Yeah, okay.
So can you see my screen?
Yeah, it's coming.
Algebraic cryptanalysis of Aradi?
Yeah, it's coming. Yeah, it will be. Yeah, now it's visible.
Okay. So once again, thank you, Eric, for the introduction. And today I'm presenting our work on cryptanalysis of Aradi block ciphers. So we carried out many kinds of cryptanalytic analysis on the newly proposed Aradi block cipher. But today I will focus mainly on the algebraic cryptanalysis of Aradi block ciphers. So we begin with the introduction of Aradi block cipher and its specifications, followed by overview of an automated tool for the cryptanalysis known as CLASP. And then we'll talk about the various kinds of implementation of Aradi block cipher in CLASP in order to carry out the automatic cryptanalysis. And then I'll discuss about the randomness test in Aradi block ciphers. And then I will focus more on the algebraic cryptanalysis of Aradi block ciphers. So in the modern computing architecture, often required efficient cryptographic algorithms, particularly for the low latency applications. Aradi is a block cipher proposed by 3 researchers at NSA in August 2024. And it, along with its authentication operations known as Llama, so they propose it for the memory encryption. So the manuscript of Harari block cipher provides a very minimal analysis. It does not provide the detailed security analysis or robustness of the block cipher against various kinds of techniques. So here we discuss about the systematic evaluation of Harari block ciphers against various cryptanalysis technique using an automatic tool known as CLASP. So Harari block cipher is based on substitution permutation network structure. Its block size is 128-bit key and key size is 256-bit key. It has 16 rounds and each round is composed of S-box layer, linear layer, and key addition layer. State representation of Harari uses 432-bit words for the efficient processing. And we name them W, X, Y, Z. So basically, there will be 32-bit 4 words, which make the state of Harari block cipher, 120, which is 128-bit long. So here is the S-box layer. So S-box layer introduced non-linearity in the Harari block cipher. It basically used the XOR and AND operations in the different pair of words. So it looks quite simple, and due to its design, it provides efficiency, as this cipher is meant to be used in low latency applications. Here is an diagram which illustrates the transformation of S-box. The linear layer applies individually on each words of 32-bit, and the main operations which use in the linear layer are XOR and circular shift. So each word is split in two 16-bit words, upper and lower, and then we apply circular shift by some constant A, B, C, which are fixed for each rounds. There are 4 set of these constants, and after 4 rounds, they again repeat the same constant. So we can see here the diagram which illustrate the linear layer operations in Harari block ciphers. Now I will give an overview of automated cryptanalysis tools, CLASP. The CLASP stands for Cryptographic Library for Automatic Analysis of Symmetric Primitive. So this library provides automatic analysis for block ciphers, permutations, hash functions, stream ciphers. So most of the symmetric ciphers can be analyzed using CLASP. It is an extendable and modular, and it provides an automated analysis, as already I mentioned, and it is open source. It is available publicly. Here is the link for the library. So any cipher in CLASP actually is a Python class, which is composed of list of connected components, and the list of connected components actually are SBox, XOR, and OR operations, modular additions, modular subtractions, rotation, and variable rotations. So most of the main operations which are used for designing symmetric primitives are incorporated in CLASP. So these are the main features of CLASP. It can generate the Python and C code for the evaluation of encryption function of symmetric ciphers. It executes a wide range of statistical and avalanche tests on the symmetric primitive. And it also provides various kinds of models which we need for the analysis: a SAT model, SMT model, constraint programming model, MILP model, to find out the differential trails, linear trail, differential linear trail, impossible differential trails. It also provides a way to analyze the algebraic property of the symmetric primitive. So it provides the symbolic representation of symmetric primitives and also generate MILP model to analyze the division property of cipher. Later, I will talk more about division property of cipher. And it also provides neural-based distinguisher to test resistance of the cipher against neural-based attacks. Clearly, the significance of the library is that it reduces the manual effort and it increases the accuracy, avoids human error. What is the CLASP role in Aradi analysis? So with the help of CLASP, actually we can find out the differential linear and differential linear impossible differential trails. And it verifies the resistance to cryptanalysis using neural distinguisher. It also analyzed the algebraic properties of symbolic by symbolic modeling and division property methods. And it assessed the randomness of Aradi block ciphers using diffusion and statistical test. So the class offer two kinds of implementation of Aradi block cipher. So one is bit slice variant, which operate on 32-bit words, and another one is S-box version. So which uses a 4-bit S-box. The bit slice variant is for the optimization of to test avalanche, statistical, continuous diffusion, and neural test, because we need many samples. So the 32-bit version of the implementations provide efficiency here. And S-box based version basically is used to find out more accurate probabilities of linear and differential propagations. I'm giving most of the findings which recently we have found out analyzing the Aradi block ciphers by CLASP. But now I will more focus on the algebraic part because of time constraint. I will cover only the algebraic analysis part. Here is the link for the code of Aradi block ciphers. And I would like to mention that actually one more implementation of Aradi block cipher is there in the CLASP. And that is basically to invert the encryption function. So to the best of my knowledge, the CLASP is the library which provide automatic inversion of symmetric primitive. We don't have to write the code. Just writing the class of the block cipher or any symmetric primitive in CLASP, we can also invert it. So, and one more thing I would like to mention here, that CLASP has already quite a rich list of symmetric primitive, where many popular block ciphers are there, like AES, DES, Simon, and many permutations, even modern permutation, latest permutation like Gaston, Ascon, and many others are there. So if somebody or students wants to learn about the cryptanalysis various techniques, it is very good to go to the CLASP link and just install it, and they can just import the class of these ciphers and perform various kinds of tests and see the results. So now I will talk about randomness test in the Aradi block ciphers. So here we can see that the Aradi reaches full diffusion after 5 rounds. So CLASP offer to test automatically the avalanche test by flipping the input bits. So we tested in Aradi and we saw that the full diffusion reaches in 5 rounds, and there are total 16 rounds in Aradi, so 31% of total rounds, which is almost same as other NIST lightweight competition candidates. The statistical test also can be performed automatically by CLASP. So, and the results on the CLASP are that Aradi's output is indistinguishable from the random ones after 5 rounds. We can also apply continuous diffusion test using CLASP, and we did it. So we saw that Aradi achieved notable diffusion by round 7 with continuous avalanche factor of 0.725, and by round 8 Aradi reaches to 0.955 factor. And we have seen that it provides a slower diffusion than AES 128, but better than SPEC 128 and 256. Now I will talk about CLASP algebraic test. So before talking to the algebraic test, I will mention here that the nonlinear part of Aradi block cipher, which is by the S box layer, is the following polynomials actually. If we represent the S box in the polynomial form, then here is the implicit representation of 4-bit S box. So the degree of these polynomials are 2, and this is an implicit representation. Implicit representation means, I mean that if the input to the S box is 4-bit X0, X1, X2, X3, and output is Y0, Y1, Y2, Y3, then we can evaluate the S box by the set of these polynomials, which are in X0, X0, X1, X2, X3, and Y0, Y1, Y2, Y3. The explicit representation will be means that the output bit Yi are completely expressible or completely expressed in the input bit X0, X1, X2, X3. So this is the main nonlinear part in Aradi block ciphers. So we can represent the whole Aradi round function in terms of polynomials. And then for a given number of rounds, we try to solve the polynomial system. And if we can solve the polynomial system for the key variables, that means that many rounds are not secure against this kinds of algebraic attacks. But if we cannot solve, so we can say that at least from the algebraic test point of view, it is not vulnerable. But certainly we can't guarantee that it will be secure, because the polynomial system gets too complex with the number of rounds. So maybe other kinds of attacks can be employed in the cipher, but we cannot solve it for the polynomial representations, polynomial systems. So this is a good that CLASP provide an automatic way to test this. It generates actually the polynomial representation for the given number of rounds. And as I already mentioned, that it represents the round function in terms of implicit polynomials, because we cannot express the block ciphers in terms of explicit representation. The reason is with the increasing number of round, the degree of cipher increase significantly, and the number of monomials get to complex. So it is not easy to generate the explicit representation of polynomial. Generally, we can represent the modern symmetric ciphers for 1 rounds or maximum for 2 rounds. Okay, so here is the code. Actually, I have took an a screenshot, and you can see that using CLASP is quite easy. We can use from SAIS, because CLASP is built over the SAIS math platform. So we have to import the algebraic test module from the library, and then we have to just import the Aradi block ciphers. So the second line here represent the import of Aradi block ciphers. Then we just here defined RRD for number of rounds 1. So this is also a good thing for the study and for learning, that it is not necessary that we have to just represent the represent the symmetric primitive for the complete number of rounds. We can just give number of rounds as we want to analyze or we want to test randomness or any other kinds of test for a fixed number of rounds. So we have to just specify here the number of rounds, and then we can perform various tests. Here the example is for algebraic test. As I mentioned that today I am just focusing on algebraic, but the same thing holds for the other kinds of cryptanalysis techniques. If one wants to learn, so it is a very good that we can just specify the number of rounds 2, 3, 4, or for the learning purpose we can just increase one by one and see that how the differential trails or linear trails or division property trails changes with the number of rounds. So in case of algebraic, we defined RRD for number of rounds 1, and then we perform algebraic test. We need to apply this function algebraic test on RRD. And this test.algebraic test, I have given here timeout in seconds, 10 seconds. So we can specify that for how long we want to wait for the output of the results. So if the test will not finish in a specified time, then it will automatically terminate. And we can see here the results. So here the results are for 2 rounds actually. So I think I tested for 2 rounds, but in the previous slides, I mentioned here number of round 1. So please just here consider 2 rounds. So I will explain that what CLASP returns as a result. Quite good information. So the first thing, the cipher's name is Aradi, plain text size 128, and key size is 256 bit. Output is also 128 bit, and number of rounds 2. Timeout given in seconds 10. Test name is algebraic test. So we can see here number of variables. So here is a list. The first entry in the list represent 1184. So that means that if we represent the Aradi block cipher in terms of polynomials, so polynomials contain 1184 variables and 2752 monomials are there. So we can have an idea that how dense or sparse polynomial will be there and how many variables will be there. Number of equations. For first round, there are 1216 polynomials are there. So we can see that here to represent only the 1 round of the cipher, we need 1216 polynomials in 1184 variables. And here the number of monomials, sorry, actually I mentioned here 2752 as a monomial, no, but that was for the second rounds. Here, third entry, we can see the number of monomials 2080. So 1216 polynomials in 1184 variables and 2080 monomials are there. So we can have an idea that these are quite a sparse polynomial because 1216 polynomials are there and 2080 only monomials are there, where the variables are 1184. And the polynomials of maximum degree 2. Here maximum degree is given 2 and 2. So quite a sparse polynomial. Test passed. Actually, false means the system is solvable for 1 rounds and for the second rounds also in given time limit 10 seconds. So for 1 rounds, it tries to solve for 10 seconds. And how it solves actually? So to solve the polynomial system for key variables, it uses Grobner basis. The Grobner basis which is available in the SAGE and in SAGE actually the Grobner basis is being used from Polybory and Singular. So it call that function Grobner basis from the SAGE and try to compute the Grobner basis. And if it can compute the Grobner basis in given time limit, that means the system can be solved for the key variables. So here we can see that it is solvable for the 2 rounds. Now I will talk about integral property on Aradi. But first I will mention here an integral property about the Boolean function. So I will begin with the basic definition of Boolean function. So as we all know that Boolean function maps n bit to 0 or 1, and then any Boolean functions we can represent in form of algebraic normal form. If f is a Boolean function which takes an input, so fx1, x2, xn can be expressed as the sum of monomials x to the power u, where u are the exponents, and x is actually x1, x2, x3, xn, and au are the coefficients of these monomials which belongs over f2. That means they can take either 0 or 1. And what is the degree of a Boolean function f? So the degree of Boolean function is the number of variables in any monomial with non-zero coefficients, maximum number of variables. So here is an example, fx1, x2, x3 in 3 variables. So what is the degree of this Boolean function? 2, because maximum number of variables are in the first monomial, 2 variables are there, so degree is 2. Now, what is the derivative of a Boolean function f with input vector h? So here it is defined, the derivative of a Boolean function fx plus h at point h, where h belongs to f to n. How we will compute the second order derivative, dh1 s2 fx. So first we will apply the derivative with respect to first h1, and then we can apply the second derivative with respect to h2 in the output of the first derivative. So if we expand it, so we can see here that it is actually fx plus h1, fx plus h2, and fx plus h1 plus s2. One more thing here, we can see that if we are taking h1 s2 vector over f2n, so actually this is a sum. Right hand side, this is a sum of all combination of h1 s2 with 0 and 1. So in the same way, we can extend this definition for any number of means kth order derivative we can find out. And as I just mentioned, if h1, s2, hk are there, so if we take linear combination of these vector h1, s2, hk, then the derivative will be simply fx plus v, where v belongs to the linear span of these h1, s2, hk. So here is an example, actually. If we take the same Boolean function in 3 variables of degree 2, so when we'll apply the first derivative, we have to just sum with h1. So here is the fx, and here is the fx plus h. And if we just multiply these two bracket in the right hand side and simplify, so as we know that these are the Boolean, so 1 plus 1 will be 0. So we can see here it will come x1 h1 plus x2 h1 and plus h1. So we can see the degree is dropped by 1. h1 is a vector, fixed vector, so it is a constant kind. So x1 is just a variable, so this is a 1 degree. And second order derivative, in the same way, if we apply again, then h2, that means constant, remain here. So with each derivative, the degree dropped by 1. So since this was degree 2 Boolean function, so when we'll apply third derivative, this will be 0. So we can see here that if this was a since it was a 2 degree Boolean function, so third derivative 0. So this observation, by this observation, actually provide a very interesting property for integral cryptanalysis. So any d plus 1th derivative of a Boolean function fx of degree d, this will always be equal to 0. So that means if fx is of degree d, and if we compute the d plus 1th derivative of that Boolean function, this will be reduced to 0. And this provides integral property that for any Boolean function fx of degree d, sum of outputs over all inputs in a d plus 1 dimensional subspace is always 0. Because actually this is what sigma x belongs to f to d plus 1 fx is equal to 0. Actually, this is the d plus 1th derivative of fx. So that will be 0. So in integral cryptanalysis, what we do actually, we track the sum of cipher output, because here, as we know that the any cipher we can represent as a Boolean function. So we track the sum of cipher outputs over a structured input set and detect biases and identifies vulnerability in reduced round ciphers, because uh, analyzing full round cipher is difficult. So this is the general approach, that we first reduce the number of rounds in the cipher and then try to analyze. So based on this observations, actually, now I will provide some results on RRD block cipher based on integral cryptanalysis. So here is just slides what I have already mentioned, that any encryption function E of symmetric primitive we can represent in terms of algebraic normal form. So let's this ith output bit of encryption function of plain text X and key K is represented by AIUV X to the power U, K to the power V, where UV are the monomials. V is corresponding to the exponent in key variables. So if key is M bit, then we choose V belongs to F2M. And these AIUV are the coefficients, which can be 0 or 1. So algebraic degree, we can count the number of variables, maximum number of variables in the monomials, and that will be the algebraic degree, as already I have mentioned. So this is the equations in terms of Hamming weight, but this is the same what I have discussed. And then what CLASP gives another approach, because one approach already I have mentioned that it represents the cipher in terms of polynomial and tries to solve it. But another approach it offers, that it model the division property, and basically it model 3 subset bit based division property without unknown subset, which provides degree bounds. One more interesting thing we can see here in RRD, that explicit representation of S box of RRD is this. Only 4 equations are there. So first output bit S box can be represented like this, and we can see that first and third output bit has a monomial of degree 3 only, and second and fourth have monomial maximum up to degree 3, and they are quite small.
Dr. Tiwari?
Yeah.
5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. I'll try to summarize in 5 minutes. So on setting y and 0 in this explicit representation, we observe that S0 and S1 reduce to W and X, and S2 and S2 reduces to 0. So if we track the degree of based on this y is equal to 0 and z is equal to 0, I have listed here that for 0 round, degree is 1, 1, 0, 0. This means first, second, and third. So we can see here after 5 rounds, in the second and fourth word, the maximum degree reaches to 60. And these are upper bound. There may be that it does not reaches to 60, even less than that. But this is the maximum upper bound. So, and how many variables are free? 64, because 2 words X, W, and X, 32-bit is still free. We are setting a 0 for Y and Z only. So it provides clearly the integral distinguisher with the data complexity to the power 61. As I have mentioned that if the maximum degree is D, then with the evaluation, the sum of evaluation of cipher output over D plus 1 subspace will always be 0. So if we sum the cipher for 5 rounds over to the power 61 data, then this will be 0. So this provides integral distinguisher. And by division property, we have also tracked down the degree up to 7 rounds, even up to 8 rounds. And we saw that in 7 rounds, the maximum degree reaches to 124. The block size of RRD is 128 bit. That means after 7 rounds, if we sum the cipher output over to the power 125, still the sum will be 0. And even we have later find out that there is an integral distinguisher for 8 round as well. because after 8 round also the degree does not reaches to the maximum. So here is the summary. And in conclusion, so CLASP is a very useful tool. It provides automatic analysis of symmetric ciphers, and we can use it. So it reduces the manual effort. And if there is any issue in using CLASP or installation or conducting the test, you can reach at this link, and we would be happy to help in case of any issues are there. Thank you very much for your attentions, and I'm open for questions.
Thank you very much, and this was very interesting, and particularly that it was algebraic is really advanced here, and I assume there must be many questions now. So I ask for this.
Yeah, I have a question.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, sir. This is Himadri. Thank you for a nice talk.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, sir. I have lots of questions. My first question is, you talk about the neural distinguisher.
Yeah.
So, what is the neural distinguishers?
Actually, neural distinguisher is based on to try to find out the a distinguisher of cipher output, and distinguisher means it is distinguishable from the random output using the techniques from machine learning, like deep network. So CLASP offer, even though I'm not that expert because I'm not working, and there is a team which is developing the CLASP, but the main idea is that it take random plain text and plain text, pair of plain text with certain difference, and then try to distinguishing between the output of these pair of plain text, that if it can be the difference can be established between the random random output and with the certain difference output of the plain text. So that's the basic idea.
How much round, sir, your team check for the distinguishing the cipher with the random output and cipher output?
So here you are talking about neural distinguisher particularly?
Yeah, particularly I'm talking about the
Okay,
neural.
so for 5 rounds, I think the accuracy was 0.56 in the single key scenario. And for 6 round, the accuracy was 0.59 in related key scenario. And you can refer, for more detail, you can go to this paper. It recently published in IndoCrypt 2024. So there more detailed results are given. Even I have included some extra slides. So if you want to know the precise answer, extra slides are there. So here, yeah. So
Okay.
as I was mentioning that, sorry, for 4 rounds, the accuracy is 59.54%. No, I'm right, for 5 rounds. And
So-
for 6 round in related key scenario, the accuracy is 56.31. So yes, what you mentioned.
For the 4 round, it actually 100% accuracy.
Yeah, 100% accuracy. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, sir. So, and I have also another question, sir. Yeah, you talk about the integral cryptanalysis, right?
Yeah.
So I talk about that in the integral cryptanalysis, you talk about the distinguisher for the I think 5 round distinguisher for the 2 to the power 61 data complexity.
Yeah, yeah.
But I talk about is this attack upgrade to the key recovery attack or not?
Yes, it can be means key recovery attack can be given using this distinguisher, but we can't give the full round key recovery attack because since 5 round integral distinguisher is there, so we can append 2 rounds. So we can provide a key recovery attack for 7 rounds. Even there is a paper in ePrint where we have analyzed the integral distinguisher, and there we have given a 10 round key recovery attack based on 8 round integral distinguisher.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. And also that you have mentioned all the attacks, differential attack, linear attack, differential linear, and the impossible differential attack.
Yeah, yeah.
But you mentioned that in your talk that the full diffusion of Aradhi is 5 round, which is slower than the AES.
Hmm.
So the researcher like me, which kind of attack they can follow for the Aradhi in future, or the attack given by the claps is the attack the result of the attack is optimal, or it can be we can get some optimal result.
Okay. So actually, I can't say that these are the optimal one, because there is always a scope to improve the attacks. But certainly, CLASP is quite good tool, and so it analyzes nicely. And we have carried out the analysis of this block cipher within a month. So still, I believe that these distinguisher or certainly key recovery attack using differential and using integral distinguishers can be improved. Further, there is a scope, and even we are looking for that as well. And maybe some of the distinguishers still can be improved. Certainly.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you for nice talk.
Yeah, I have just a very quick query. So, so here I can see that this the degree of the polynomial in round 7 is 124. So, how did you get this? It is like by using some computation. Then,
yeah, actually,
2 to the power 60 computation is done around.
No, actually, this if you are talking about the first table, so this is quite easy.
Yeah, the second table I'm talking.
For second table, actually, what we did, we model division property. 3 subset bit-based division property without unknown subset, and actually analyzing division property propagation, we can compute the degree of ciphers at different rounds. So we implemented actually CLASP now. At that time, it was not when we just put the paper in ePrint, but now CLASP provide automatic division property model. By solving that MILP model using Gurobi, we can find out the degree for different rounds. So we have computed the bound for that based on division property.
Okay, and the last question is whether CLAPS is also dealing with Reindel 256?
Yeah. Yes, it is there in AES.
Okay, yeah, so not in AES, but block length is 256, not the 128.
No, actually, I think it is there. Yeah, I means I'm not 100% sure, but most probably it is there in the list of block cipher. If you go to the CLASP, and there is a directory block ciphers, a structure in the structure of the library, there is a block cipher, and in that list is there. And if it is not there, so I don't think that it is hard to write cipher in the CLASP language, and we would be happy to help for in initial issues if it is coming, if it is not there.
Okay. Thank you very much. No other questions.
I think that sums up the questions, and it's very interesting to have these questions, and it's the last session, so we have time for that, and these sessions bring also answers, and I thank you again for a very interesting session, and now call Dr. Ishan Datta from Stanford University, USA, to take the stand. And Dr. Ishan Datta is a PhD candidate at the Computer Science Theory Group at Stanford University, where he researches quantum computing and quantum complexity theory. Previously, he was an undergraduate in physics and mathematics with computer science at MIT. Ishan was a visiting researcher at the Technical University of Munich and QMRTH at the University of Copenhagen, and the Simon Institute for the Theory of Computing in Berkeley. He is supported by an NSF Graduate Research Fellowship and a Gerald G. Lieberman Fellowship. And his theme, again, is very fascinating. What's the simplest quantum computing to surpass classical computers? Please welcome.
Thank you so much. It seems like I'm having a little trouble sharing my screen, so we're going to have a 1-minute intermission for technical difficulties, and then I'll rejoin, and hopefully I'll be able to share my screen when I do that. So sit tight for 1 moment, please. All right, I am back. And now let's try to share my screen. Perfect. We should be up and running now. All right. So is everyone able to see my slides and only my slides?
Yes.
Okay, perfect, perfect. So thank you very much for the introduction. I'm very happy to be here. This talk is a whirlwind primer on quantum computing. In particular, the new frontier in which quantum computing starts to outpace even our best classical supercomputers. This is a phenomenon that we call quantum advantage or quantum supremacy. The last decade has seen incredible progress towards the engineering of quantum computers, with last week's announcement of Google's Willow quantum chip being just the latest example. We now have real, but still rudimentary quantum computers with roughly 100 quantum bits or qubits on which you can implement logical gates with low error rates. But the fact that the laws of physics even allow the existence of quantum computers in principle, that already changes how we understand the nature of computation. Today, I want to abstract away the experimental particularities and explore the following question. The promise of quantum computers is that they can solve some specific problems faster than by any other means. What do some of these problems look like? And what evidence do we have that classical computers cannot compete? What are our desiderata? What criteria do we want to satisfy for a quantum computation that surpasses classical computers? I'm going to declare that what we want is a problem satisfying 3 conditions. First of all, solvable efficiently on a real quantum computer. Secondly, a problem that we plausibly cannot solve using even the best classical computers available. And lastly, a problem whose solution we can verify, even if we don't trust our experiment, perhaps don't even fully trust the laws of quantum mechanics. Better if we could use this experiment as a vehicle to experimentally validate the laws of quantum mechanics. Admittedly, this third point is ambitious, and I would say that a satisfactory answer to the question of verification remains a major open problem. Any problem that satisfies these conditions achieves what we call quantum advantage or quantum supremacy. Now, often left unsaid is that this problem need not be useful in any way. A problem on which we achieve quantum advantage may not have any applications other than to decisively beat classical computers. However, in order to do useful quantum computing, quantum advantage is necessary. Very roughly, we can define a useful problem to be one which achieves quantum advantage and has a known application. There are proposals to make existing quantum advantage schemes useful, but that work is in its early stages, to be discussed in more detail by Shomik Ghosh in the next talk. These quantum advantage experiments have been described as shooting an arrow and drawing the target around where it lands, or alternately as demonstrating intelligence in animals by observing their behavior in their native environments, rather than, for example, teaching the animal to play chess. We will seek a problem that is natural for a quantum computer to solve, and then hope to justify why classical computers cannot compete. And we believe that we can obtain this because generically, simulating quantum mechanical systems is hard to do on classical computers. I will say, regarding applications of quantum advantage, that although they have been developed without applications in mind, the history of mathematics is ripe with theories that were at first agnostic to applications, but later on appear uncannily tailored to solve the problems of the future. Perhaps this is what Eugene Wigner meant when he referred to the unreasonable effectiveness of mathematics in physics, and more broadly, the sciences. So I think it is entirely possible that quantum advantage experiments will find some application in the future. So that's the theory: solvable on a quantum computer, not solvable on a classical computer, and easy to verify. As I said, verification is an open problem. So here's a question. If the whole point of quantum advantage is that you can't do it without a quantum computer, how on earth do you verify that the quantum computer solved the task? It seems like the whole point is that there's no way to run the same computation classically. And we might imagine that the bigger the computation, the harder to verify. Additionally, quantum advantage experiments thus far have also been subject to uncorrected experimental noise. And if the quantum computation is too large, noise may dominate and undermine any advantage over classical. In other words, there is a tug of war between doing a big computation that in theory would outpace classical computation and doing a small computation that has very little noise and that we can verify easily. So what we do in practice is to aim for a sweet spot, large enough to surpass the best classical computers running the best algorithms that we know of, but small enough to verify the solution on classical supercomputers, and small enough that we believe uncorrected noise doesn't yet swamp the computation. Now, for a nuanced discussion of the role experimental noise plays, I'll direct you to the upcoming talk from Shomik, who's an expert on noise in these experiments. But in the noiseless setting, over the years, we have accumulated theoretical evidence that there exist problems that should leave classical computers in the dust as size of the problem instance grows. And I'll preview some very new research in that direction at the very end. Whenever discussing quantum computing, it is important to emphasize that quantum computers will not solve NP-complete problems and do not work by trying every solution in parallel. This is such a common misconception that it is the header of a very popular blog from the quantum complexity theorist Scott Aronson. If you learn anything from this talk, it should be this: quantum computers will not solve hard problems instantly by just trying all solutions in parallel. So what problems are suitable for quantum advantage? Problems for which we have compelling evidence that quantum computers beat classical. Now, many candidates for quantum advantage are special cases of the so-called random circuit sampling, or RCS problem. The task is so simple that the quantum algorithm is almost trivial. Here it is. It's 3 steps. We initialize the computer to a simple starting state, for example, the all zero string. We run a random circuit, which is to say a random quantum program. The particularities of that depend on the specific hardware on which we're running our algorithm. And then thirdly, we measure. We output something, and that will be an n-bit string that is some n-bit binary string. And that is the entirety of the algorithm, 3 steps. Yet already, I claim that this very simple quantum algorithm solves a problem that should be hard for any classical computer running any algorithm. There are variations on this problem depending on the type of random circuit that you implement. Another popular variant is called boson sampling, which at the moment has the strongest theoretical evidence for being infeasible for a classical computer, although all are believed to be infeasible for classical computers. For some of these variants, such as boson sampling, the algorithms are sub-universal, meaning that they do not even harness the full power of quantum mechanics, yet already they dominate any possible classical algorithm. And here's what random circuit sampling looks like. Here are the 3 steps of the algorithm, this time drawn as a picture. You can see here that we initialize to the all zero state. Secondly, we run a random circuit. That means that each of these little boxes here in the circuit, we populate each of those boxes with a random logical gate. And thirdly, at the end of the circuit, on the far right-hand side, we measure an n-bit string, and we output that string as the answer to the problem. And that's all there is to it. The latest Google experiment did this for 105 qubits, so that's 105 rows in this picture, and a depth of 40. So m equals 40 in this figure. So let's again put random circuit sampling, or RCS, into context. RCS is a candidate for quantum advantage, but I will stress again that it is not known to have any commercially relevant application. So that's emphasized in this figure. But it is expected to be difficult to solve without a quantum computer. Google claimed provocatively that to implement RCS without a quantum computer would take some hundreds of millions of years at least. However, whenever implementing RCS, we must worry about that tug of war. Is the noise in our experiment low enough? Is our experiment still feasible to verify? What was left unmentioned with the recent Google experiment is that as you scale the system size to be larger and larger and larger, although the gap between classical and quantum ought to grow, so too would the experiment become more and more difficult to verify. And with a very large system size, we might worry that actually we're unable to verify it on our classical supercomputers. But as classical algorithms continue to improve, the answers to these questions, is the noise in our experiment low enough? Is our experiment still feasible to verify? The answers to those questions is a moving target. That means that there may not be one definitive moment at which quantum advantage is achieved. Rather, this is more like an era of computation. So I just want to dwell on this figure for a moment and look at some of the examples, the example problems. So we can see far on the usefulness axis, but potentially not offering as decisive of an advantage, a quantum advantage, are problems in chemistry, chemical simulation. You see QC plus QMC, like quantum computational, quantum Monte Carlo. Less commercially relevant, but perhaps still scientifically fascinating, are things like simulating quantum chaos, many-body quantum scars, wormhole dynamics, things that are very interesting for physics, time crystals. And then RCS is on the far left, so not very commercially relevant, at least as far as we know at the moment, but with great evidence for being difficult for classical computers. So this era that I mentioned is often called the noisy intermediate scale quantum regime, NISQ, often pronounced NISQ. The next era after NISQ would be fully error-corrected quantum computation. And there have been many tremendous experimental works that give us, that advance us towards error correction. but we are not there yet. How do we prove that random circuit sampling is hard for classical computers? Something that may be a surprise is that the hard part is not quantum. It's proving that a classical computer cannot solve the problem. Because to answer that question, we would need to rule out every possible classical algorithm. In other words, if I exhibit a single classical algorithm to solve a task, we call that an upper bound, because at worst, I can do no worse than simply running that algorithm. And then I know that I will take as much time and space, etc., as that algorithm takes. But that doesn't mean that I can't do better. Perhaps there is a different algorithm that solves the problem in less time and less space and fewer resources. How do I rule out that there is not a better algorithm than the one I've exhibited? This goes under the term of lower bounds, and these so-called lower bounds are really the holy grail of computer science. It's very difficult to prove lower bounds in computer science. And so the difficulty in proving that random circuit sampling provides quantum advantage is really a question not of exhibiting that it's easy for quantum computers. I actually gave the algorithm already. It's the trivial quantum algorithm. The difficult thing is demonstrating, or at least providing evidence, that classical computers will not be able to solve the same task in a comparable number of resources. So I promise to address the evidence we have for believing that random circuit sampling problems are easy for quantum computers, but hard for classical computers. This is an endlessly subtle and nuanced question, but I don't think it's too boastful to say that the strongest evidence that these problems are intractable classically comes from a very recent paper of mine. We focus especially on boson sampling, which is a particular variant of random circuit sampling. And we also address RCS in the paper, the same kind of experiment that Google implemented. So give that paper a read. I'm very proud of it. And with that, I thank you for listening.
So, Eric,
I thank you very much for this talk. This was very informative and very concentrated and important, of course. And still the question lingers. The final evidence might be a bit ahead still, and that is always a consolation. But I think you made an absolute impressive performance here, and thank you so much. And now I want to have questions on the important issues you brought up.
Thank you so much, Professor Trell.
so I have just few queries, like what actually happened in case of factorizing or factorizing algorithm? Like why, I mean, in quantum, it's easy. Is there any intuitive idea behind that?
Yeah, that's an excellent question. So let me provide a little context first. In the 90s, I think 1994, a professor at MIT named Peter Shor discovered that although it's widely believed that factoring large integers is hard for any classical computer, that it was in fact easy for quantum computers. That was very significant. Why was that very significant? Well, the major cryptographic schemes that we use to secure our data whenever we go to an ATM or do transactions on the internet, the things that secure, for example, our credit card information, those protocols rely on the assumption that although it's very easy to multiply two integers to make a larger number, it's quite difficult to break a large integer into its constituent pieces, to factorize it into smaller integers. And that we don't have much better algorithms than brute force, which is exponential time and infeasible for sufficiently large key sizes. So we base the entire digital economy off of the assumption that factoring is hard. So it was very significant to discover that, in fact, quantum computers, if they were large enough and sufficiently error corrected, that we would be able to factor large numbers. That's, for example, a reason that many governments are interested in factorization and in quantum computing. That really kickstarted the whole field. Okay, but now where are we with regard to factoring? Because we have very impressive experimental progress, but we haven't heard a lot of discussion about factoring yet. Part of the reason is that we believe that factoring will require full-scale error correction. So just now we're beginning to see little glimpses into what error correction might look like on quantum hardware. So for example, when Google advertised this same RCS experiment, at the same time in the same paper, they demonstrated some very preliminary steps towards implementing what's called a surface code, which is one type of quantum error correcting code. If they were able to really bring that entire vision to fruition, which will be sometime in the future, we're not there yet, then there might be some prospect of full error correction, in which case you might be able to really implement a factoring algorithm. But the best estimates at the moment are that that would take something like millions of logical qubits or thousands of logical qubits and millions of physical qubits, all of which need to be error corrected and running circuits of quite high depth. To answer the second part of your question, which is what is it about factoring that makes it amenable, soluble on a quantum computer in the first place? That's a difficult question to answer. Part of the answer, or a partial answer, is that factoring has a lot of group theoretic structure, and quantum computers, it appears, are sometimes able to exploit that sort of particular structure. So for example, one of the primitives that's very powerful for a quantum computer is implementing a discrete Fourier transform such that you can sample from the spectrum exponentially more efficiently than on a classical computer. It so happens that for some number theoretic reasons, factoring is soluble by this technique of Fourier transform. And so that is the technical workhorse in Shor's algorithm that allows a quantum computer to factor large integers. That's a great question.
Thank you. So I think some of the viewers from Google Meet, he asked, Chanchal Das, he asked this question like quantum computing and AI, any relationship?
Yeah, this is a very popular question. People have explored this question, but I think there are not yet definitive answers. So there are many ways you can ask this question. For example, I wrote a paper back in 2019, 2020, that asked the question about classically learning some quantum systems, right? So you can ask about using quantum computing for machine learning, and you can ask about machine learning for quantum systems. So this was in the latter direction. And there the question was, given training data drawn from a quantum circuit where you're promised that it's of a polynomial size, meaning it's fairly small, then the question was, can you learn the circuit of that system information theoretically using the probably approximately correct framework in learning theory? And there the answer was yes. But of course, what people often mean when they ask this question, that paper, by the way, is called Pseudo-Dimension of Quantum Circuits. People often ask this question in the reverse direction. Quantum computing seems very exciting for some particular structured tasks. Maybe it provides an advantage. Could we use that to accelerate what we're doing with machine learning? That's often the question that people have in mind when they ask this. And there, I think the question, the true answer to that question is that we don't know. You will notice that in this slide, in fact, perhaps I can pull it up one moment. So here, in this figure, you'll notice that quantum machine learning is in this figure. So Google actually rates it as quite useful and commercially relevant, but there we have much less evidence that it should be classically intractable. So there have been lots of ideas about how one might use quantum computing for advantages in machine learning. For example, there were very popular ideas in the around 2018 to use quantum computing for so-called recommendation systems. If you've heard of something like the Netflix problem, this falls under that category. But in some breakthrough results in that same year, in 2018, it was discovered that actually there exist efficient classical algorithms to solve these problems. And so this is something that I think is unexpected, but quite exciting about quantum computing. Although we believe that quantum computing should eventually leave behind classical computing in this NISQ era, noisy intermediate scale quantum era, quantum computing has actually also spurred the development of better classical algorithms. Now, to me, this is a great success because fast algorithms are fast algorithms. And if we have fast classical algorithms, all the better, because there's a prospect of us even implementing them in the near term rather than on quantum hardware that's far in the future. So I found this result to be quite exciting, to discover that actually we're discovering better classical algorithms as a consequence of quantum computing. And it's very difficult to imagine how we would have ever discovered those better classical algorithms without quantum computing as our muse. But the point of that was that it became, those classical algorithms made it less compelling that quantum computing would provide a big speed up. There are still lots of ideas for how quantum computing might provide a more modest speed up. And of course, depending on the application, a modest speed up might be enough to provide some kind of practical utility to quantum computing. But the short answer is that this is still very much an open question, and people don't yet know the answer, and it's very ripe for research.
Thank you. No other questions. If any more, I will certainly send you and contact you. Okay.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Well, then I thank you again. And now it's time to call Dr. Soumik Ghosh from University of Chicago to talk about, to talk about bringing in the quantum age, which is also, of course, equally exciting. And a short bio is that Soumik is a fifth-year PhD student at the University of Chicago, advised by Bill Pfefferman. Previously, he was a master's student at the Institute for Quantum Computing at the University of Waterloo. Before that, he was an undergraduate in electronics at Jabalpur University. And we could say that he's very much qualified, and welcoming him heartily to take the stand now.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me. Shomik here. Let me share my screen with you guys and then give me a heads up if you can see my slides. Can you see my slides?
Yes, we can see your slides.
Okay, great. So Shomik here from Chicago. Sean gave a very nice talk on quantum computing, a primer. I will go into the nitty-gritties. So the talk is titled Bringing in the Quantum Age. I'll mostly talk about the quantum computers that people have built right now and the subtleties that go with those quantum computers. So like Sean said, the fast quantum computers are here already. For instance, Google talked about the latest quantum computing chip last week, a 100+ qubit machine called Willow. A qubit is a quantum bit, by the way. And so we are living in the age of quantum computers. So the next question to ask is, what can we do with these quantum computers? And yeah, like Sean said, one very popular task that people perform with the quantum computers that are there right now is random circuit sampling. So just to jog our memories, what is random circuit sampling? So here you see a quantum circuit. Like we start with a quantum state. Like say we start with some trivial quantum state. All these quantum bits, they are set to 0. We follow that with a quantum circuit, Random circuit means that these gates are picked at random from a particular gate set. So each of these blue boxes is a quantum gate, and they're picked at random from some gate set that we fix beforehand. And then we measure. Like there's a quantum procedure called, like a process called measurement, from which we get some classical bits from a quantum state. So we have some starting state, some trivial starting state set to all zeros, let's say. We have some quantum circuit, a random quantum circuit here. And then we have a process in the end to get some classical bits out from this quantum state. So this is our task. The task is to replicate the output probability distribution that this process gives you. However, the model that you just saw, that's an ideal model. Real computers almost always have one more piece that I didn't show in the last slide. Real computers have noise. Noise here is represented by these red dots. So every qubit after the application of every gate has noise. And what's the downside of that? To that, the downside is that noise can destroy most quantum computation. And Sean mentioned the current age of quantum computing is called NISQ. The N in NISQ stands for noise. So every quantum computer that has been built so far has this pathological noise that can destroy the quantum computation that it is trying to do. So that's bad, right? Well, we will go into the subtleties of that. We'll go into the subtleties of modeling noise and why that's bad and how we can mitigate this. But before that, let me ask a more philosophical question. So physical devices that are being built right now have this pathological thing called noise, which a hardware designer say didn't factor in. So how do we theoretically model noise? So we have our device, we are performing some task, some computation with our device, but we know that our device is noisy. But the problem with quantum noise is that it's very hard to theoretically model it. It's very hard to theoretically understand what's going on. We know that there's noise, but we don't really know what type of noise. And what do people usually do? What do theoreticians do? Usually what we do is that we look at the output statistics. So I mentioned in my previous slide that we have a quantum state in the end that we measure to get some classical bits out. So we look at those bits, we see, and then we try to like retrofit our noise model. We kind of try to predict what the noise was by seeing those classical bits. Now I will go into the nitty-gritties of popular noise models and everything that follows from there. But before that, any questions so far regarding like the motivation behind studying noise? Let me just pause for a couple of moments. If there are no questions, let's continue with the talk. So what are some popular noise models? What are some models that we try to retrofit? So there's one type of noise called depolarizing noise. What's the behavior of this? So the behavior is that it makes the qubit classical. So in one word, it makes the qubit into a classical bit. It destroys the quantumness that you have in the qubit. You don't know which classical bit it's setting your qubit to. It could be 0 or it could be 1, but you know that it's doing one of these two with some probability. There's another family of noise, amplitude damping, for instance, which resets your qubit to 0. So you had some qubit, and if you have this noise, then with some probability, your qubit just gets reset to a trivial state, 0. It's like some sort of a reset button that the noise is pressing for you. And usually though, in reality, noise is a mixture of both of these things and many, many more stuff. So these are two emblematic models of noise, but like two reductive, simplified models of noise, but real noise can be much more complicated. And at the very least, real noise has both of these components, depolarizing and damping. And yeah, so can quantum computers beat classical computers in, say, random circuit sampling or some task, let's say, even with noise? And the answer is no. That's a big downer. And why is it so? Well, to beat classical computers, you really need to scale up your system. Like you need to increase your qubit count and your gate count, because if they're too low, then there are classical simulators that can just simulate your quantum computer. However, noise means that the moment you add more qubits, the moment you add more gates, then the noise events also increase. So it's pretty bad. So you need, like, you can't increase your gates or qubits by too much, lest you fall prey to devastating noise. So that's bad. Yeah. And so more we increase, worse is the noise. So it really puts hard limits on what sort of system sizes like you can go, like with your quantum computer. So what's the solution to this? Well, like you really need to correct for the noise. I think Sean was talking about it too, like in a question that someone like raised. You really need to correct or mitigate noise. There's no two ways to this. And what's the broad goal behind these correction strategies? Well, the goal is to somehow make the noise go down as the number of qubits and gates go up. Like we somehow want to scale up our system without like facing this pathological problem of noise. And so we really need to the noise needs to go down with system size. And you'd say that that's very impractical. That's a tall ask. Because say there's like 1 million qubits. Do we really need to do we really need the noise to go down as like 1 over like 1 million? That's pretty much noiseless. And that's like that potentially would have a lot of challenges in terms of like performing this with hardware. Well, to that I say, you don't really need to do this indefinitely. Theoretically, we have something called a fault tolerance threshold. It's a constant value which can be shown to exist. And what's the claim? The claim is that if you can somehow suppress your noise below that fault tolerance threshold, then you are pretty much done. Beyond this, the circuit is effectively noiseless. There are strategies that you can devise to make your circuit pretty much noiseless. So in terms of hardware, in terms of a hardware challenge, the only challenge is to somehow make your noise go below this fault tolerance threshold. And that should be sufficient to get a de facto noiseless quantum computer. And we aren't quite there yet. We haven't reached that fault tolerance threshold yet. But there has been a rapid progress recently. Sean talked about the surface code, and Google implemented some variant of the surface code in the Willow chip. And in Google's chip, it's indeed true that the errors or the noise that went down with system size. Like they had a 3x3 grid of qubits, then a 5x5, then a 7x7. And if you stare at these numbers, then you'll see that the 7x7, like the noise events seem to have gone down with the number of qubits. It's like, yeah, the 7x7 system only had like 3 mistakes, let's say. And that's pretty small. And not just Google, there has been many such works that have come out over the last 1 year, which are getting better and better with their noise. Getting better, like for instance, this Harvard group by Misha Lukin, they have their platform, very different technology from that of Google, which is also seeing a similar behavior. There are like some very fancy, very sophisticated correction technologies now, noise correction technologies now that people have been doing with their hardware. So it's a pretty optimistic look so far. However, the important thing to note here is that getting useful commercial value from quantum computers, getting large quantum computers that can break cryptography, let's say, or perform quantum machine learning, or simulate molecules to help us find new drugs and many other like wonderful things to unlock the full promise of quantum computing, we are still not there yet. And could be years, could be decades, but we aren't there yet. Google, for instance, has this blueprint about how they're trying to build their hardware. And as you can see, we're in milestone 2 right now. To get useful quantum computers, we need to go to milestone 6. And that could be many decades from now. We don't know. So right now, the quantum computers that exist have some rudimentary form of noise mitigation, like I was referring to in the previous slides, but not enough to do practical stuff like, say, Shor's factoring algorithm. Not there yet, as Sean mentioned too. And the existing machines, if you look at the papers that have come out from Google, from the Harvard group, let's say, the existing machines, they're somewhat noise robust, of course, but they seem to be doomed, at least in the near term, to be doing some noise robust versions of random circuit sampling. Like, if you remember that picture I showed you, it's still the same picture. It's just that they have some noise mitigation techniques to somewhat suppress the noise for their systems. So they can run random circuits, slightly noise robust versions of random circuits. But then that begs the question, are random circuits really practical? So we talked about this task, this very contrived task, as Sean was mentioning, like this sampling from random circuits. But does it have practical value? Why would we why should we care about that task? That seems very contrived. Well, to that question, I say that there are some cryptographic applications to random circuit sampling. Like, for instance, Scott proposed a classical random number generator based on random circuits that you can just perform with Google's quantum computer, for instance. That was pretty cool. And a bit of a self-plug, but we have a brand new proposal out, a very recent one, with Bill, Makrand, and Henry, by which we get a whole host of cryptographic stuff from random circuits. So if you can run random circuits in near-term hardware, which you can do, then we show that that helps you in getting a gift box of cryptographic tools and primitives, which can be like directly performed with the quantum computers right now. Choose your favorite crypto protocol and from our paper and we give a blueprint to do that with the quantum computers that exist right now. So what sort of cryptographic protocols? Let me give you a sneak peek into the paper. So for instance, we have something which we call the digital signature scheme. What's that? Say there are two parties, A and B. Alice, for instance, she wants to sign some document. Say she's the president and she has access to the nuclear codes, and say she wants to like sign something regarding like the nuclear bombs that her country has, some top secret document, and she doesn't want the public to know what's in that document. So encrypting the signature is something that she would do, but she wants some recipient, say Bob, to know that, say some military commander, to know that she actually did sign that document. Yeah, so she signs, and but she doesn't want the public to know that she signed or know what is there in the document, but she wants Bob to know. Also, very importantly, no one should be able to tamper with the signature when she is sending it to Bob, even with a quantum computer. No one, like no, say, foreign country should be like can say change the signature that she did, and then tamper with it, and then tamper with like state secrets. That shouldn't be possible. Also, when Bob receives the message, then Bob should like a desirable feature should be that Bob can verify that she actually signed. So Bob should be able to verify that she signed correctly. So these are the 3 desirable features for a digital signature scheme. And we show how to do that with a quantum computer. In fact, we show how to do it in a noise robust way with the noisy quantum computers that can be built right now. See, like Google's Willow, for instance. So this is like a use case, like a practical one for Google's chip. And there's a bunch of stuff like this. And that's my talk. Thank you.
Okay, Eric. Okay, I just have one.
Thank you. Now we shall see. Thank you. I think I'm on now. Yes, I hope. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah.
Okay, so I have just one query. So your analysis whether this random noise, what are being generated while using your say quantum computation or quantum computers. So is it really help you to get better results in terms of generating random numbers, or it's like if the noise would be less, then that would cause a problem for your random number generation?
Oh, no. Let me say a bit more like regarding that. So Scott's proposal, for instance, I presume like you're talking about this proposal, this classical random number generator. So for this to work, you need the circuit to be somewhat noise robust. Like these proposals all presuppose that you do some sort of a post processing to your circuit, like some noise mitigation technique, some code or something to make it noise robust. None of these will work if you have a lot of noise. Like this will work in the near term with the primitive rudimentary mitigation technologies that exist right now. But if you have nothing of that sort, if it's just like a quantum circuit that's not protected against noise, then these things fall apart. You really need, there's no 2 ways regarding the fact that we need to suppress noise if we can do something non-trivial like with a quantum computer. If there's a lot of noise, then that just destroys the quantum signal and makes the quantum computer classical.
Okay. So one question from the audience, why noise originates?
Oh, it's just a feature of nature, I guess. Think of it like this. A priori in nature, there should be no structure to things. think of a quantum computer as very judiciously manipulating quantum states to get some very specialized results, to get some very specialized states in the end. Like a quantum circuit is a very special structured process which takes in a quantum state and spits out a very special quantum state. There's a lot of structure to these things. And a priori, I don't think it's expected that there should be so much structure in nature. So like when you are actually trying to make these qubits in the lab, let's say by superconductors, say by like cold atoms, there's a bunch of technology, say by photonics or something. There's a lot of areas where you're not really implementing the exact perfect thing that you wanted. Like there's some measurement bias, like your lasers may be misaligned, like your atoms might make some transition that you didn't want, like your superconductors might say have some like spurious magnetic field or something that makes everything go haywire. There's a lot of sources which you cannot really micro control, let's say. And I think those sources are what causes the noise. Like the number of variables that go into like making a qubit, like inside a lab, most of these variables are beyond human control because it's like a very specialized thing, like making this qubit.
Okay, so another question is, noise is like a sound or numerical value?
Neither, I think. Noise is a quantum process. Like the way the technical term is that noise is a CPTP map, like a completely positive trace preserving map. Let me zoom out from that and give a qualitative answer. A noise is some process, some mathematical process for now. So it's also a physical process that takes in a quantum state and spits out a different quantum state. That's what noise is. And depending on what sort of noise, this quantum state that is being spat out, that will have some properties, like some properties that the hardware person didn't desire. Like the noise is some process that's trying to destroy these special quantum states that you are creating in lab. Adversarially manipulating the quantum states that you have in your lab. That's the way to think about noise.
Okay, so I don't find any other questions from both the audiences from YouTube as well as Google Meet. Okay, Professor Chatterjee has some question. Could you please unmute yourself? You are muted.
Okay, then
Can we
I
hear?
understand. Okay, I
Okay.
have a stupid question.
Okay.
And are quantum computers intelligent? Do they reflect upon what they do? Are they related to neural networks and so on and so on?
No, I don't think so. I
That's
think
the
a
question.
quantum computer is just like it's like some sort of a technology to make a computer. I don't think so like at least right now with the quantum computers that we have, as Sean said also, like it's very hard to do machine learning. It's very hard to make these quantum computers perform like neural nets or things like that, because there's a lot of noise. We don't really have good control of the qubits. We can't really do large circuits, so there's a lot of bottlenecks that we still don't know how to solve. So right now, think of quantum computers as maybe just epsilon more than classical computers. They're almost classical, but there's this slight difference between quantum and classical.
Thank you so much. Now I'm sorry. Now I want to let Professor Chatterjee answer with question.
Yeah, I was hearing all the papers in this particular session, and they're very, very nice. There are two things I just want to mention. I think we did not discuss the use of artificial intelligence in it. Many of these three papers I was listening, artificial intelligence. That's something I just wanted to know how the people in the engineering, the computer science people, most of them are like that, the artificial intelligence. And the second thing is another very important thing for me. I maybe sometime in the future session there will be some practical applications of how these things can be applied in management science. I taught management in Wharton School for many years, but still the management education in India or other developing countries need not copy the management education in developed countries. So, and some applications of some particular things we should pay attention of our matters for the developing poor countries and how they can be handled by the techniques of what you are discussing in your computation. That's very important for me. We organized a big meeting last year in Kolkata called Management Education in Countries in Transition. That's quite different. That's, I think, in my judgment, is quite different. Management education, which we should teach here in the United States, in America, and also we should teach in India and the Philippines, and like that. They're quite different. That should be different. And how the computer science people can organize some items which shows how they can be done. I will.
Okay, maybe this could be another session for maybe next year. So yeah. So
okay. Thank you.
Yeah. So I think there are no more questions from audience. So now it's over to Eric to invite Professor Chatterjee.
Yes. Yeah, I am so excited to welcome Professor Chatterjee again, because Chatterjee has been visiting us before and delivered very thoughtful lectures, and he has been serving as a professor of management at Bingham University, State University of New York, since 1976. He completed his undergraduate studies at Presidency College, Calcutta University, India, from 1953 to 1957. He earned BH in statistics and then pursued his graduate education at the College of Science and Technology, Calcutta University, earning an MA in statistics in 1959. Professor Chatterjee later obtained his PhD from the University of Pennsylvania in 1963. Throughout his career, he has been awarded numerous research grants and academic accolades. Notable among these are a research grant from the National Institute for Dispute Resolution, 1989 to 1990, and a New York State Health Research Council grant for his work on hospital cost containment, 1978 to 1980. So it's a fantastic experience and wisdom here, and it's a pleasure for me to invite you to take the stand.
Okay. I can talk now, right?
Yes.
Yes. So thank you very much for inviting me to make a presentation. I am I come here in this particular meeting every time for the last 10 years, and and then I knew these senior Odhikari people very well, and I suggested to you to have some application of management science, social science, socioeconomic sciences items in the program. And this time I see that you have some of those, but I do in the future maybe we can have more, That is just a comment. And then this is since we do not have a lot of time, we just want to discuss the mathematical modeling in disaster management, conflict management, peace science, and regional science. the peace science. Peace, as you know, is a very important subject, and for so many things going on over the world. And we discussed for the last 50 years, maybe or 40 years, how the different techniques of management science, and engineering and computer science can be used for the conflict management and peace science. And also for the regional science, the question of spaces, geographical space, how different techniques of pure mathematics and other things can be used in regional, metropolitan areas, and so on and so forth. Last 50 years, I have me and also my colleagues are working in the area of application of mathematics, pure mathematics, statistics in the area of metropolitan, regional, space, which is very important for developing countries. And so the peace science and regional science. And then question of and conflict management is a very important thing. And I just want to give you some information about that in the future. And the peace science and disaster management. And also another thing is innovation and conflict and peace science. That's something I just wanted to have a paper in this meeting. Innovation, technical innovation is impact on the use this is something extremely important. Then I go to a question of next page. Yeah, I want to give the question of peace economics. There's the resource allocation, macroeconomic using mathematical techniques of econometrics. We have used a lot of mathematical models and like that, and that type of thing we need to discuss in the future. Next. So this is a good question of modern growth theory and other type of, like this, also the problem of Amartya Sen, his work on this question of developing countries. These are the things will be also very important for something in the future, which Mr. Professor, Adhikari in the future maybe, do that, which I suggested to his father. And so these are this macroeconomic stability analysis and analysis of defense spending, for example, is question of people, all countries are spending money for the development of military spending, and without paying any attention of the condition of the people, including India, for example, in the recent years. That's something is very important, and find out this economic impact of defense expenditures in the future. Next, then this is question of also in the case of the papers, the problems, the papers presented there. It would be very nice if we use these techniques of what we discussed the last three papers in the area of marketing, finance. Finance we have such paper. Say what are more practical things in management science. Should you do this? And I know that most of these people who presented the paper, excellent papers. Yeah, but it would be nice if you can use more practical things which you do in business. Question in marketing, accounting, then strategy management, and so on and so forth. But most important thing, a very important thing, which so far I did not see a paper, maybe in the future, is a question of artificial intelligence and its impact on the mathematical modeling, connecting with mathematical modeling. And then the question next is that, so investment, and then this also question of in the many people before the last 30, 40 years for economics, they're working in the different models of work termination, resource conflict, near-end models, Richardsonian model, a very system science model, very important thing, Richardsonian action-reaction between India and Pakistan in arms, and also the prisoner's dilemma, next Samuelson and Gatton model. These are very, very important things that have been done before in econometrics. But what is happening, those type of economics application of mathematical models are not being a part of the total area of quantitative methods. Maybe in the future we can do that, and Mr. Amar, my old friend, the late Professor Adhikari was very, very interested in putting those things, and his son is doing this very well in this particular session. And then Leontief model is a very important model in economics, input-output models. For example, I have used Leontief models in use in COVID-19. So it will be a very important thing, the question of interrelationship between different sectors and econometric models. We organized, when I was in Wharton School, we organized the world econometric models, which is really very important. And at that time, we did not have these computer things. Now we have the artificial intelligence that can be used in the econometric models. And then next, so the arms spending, arms industry, defense contract, arms industry, and arms export. It is a very important thing, because like country in India, for example, is said is a peaceful country with Mahatma Gandhi and so on and so forth. But India have now decided to produce arms to sell to other countries, and so that's very bad in my judgment. That's a bad thing which is happening. I organized a center in Bangalore on Mahatma Gandhi Center for Conflict Resolution, and we discussed these problems in the meeting in the last 10, 15 years. And then security and the space weapons, and that implication in development and welfare of the people is something can be also discussed using different mathematical techniques. Next, and then peace, science, and conflict is fun. If you want to know the items, you can look at this ISAT book called General Theory, Social, Political, Economics, and Regional, with particular reference to decision making, and have a look to find out what we are doing for the last 50 years in the area of peace science, which is the application of quantitative methods, pure mathematics and statistics in the area of peace science and conflict management. I think it's the most important thing. The question, what's happening everywhere, we have problems. Not only problems within the country, between religion, between different. This is a very important thing now. And the game theory and so on. Next is that. After peace science is that. Also another area. Next item. Next slide, please. Yeah, religious and moral perspective. They are in conflict management, development and security and terrorism. We can use different types of techniques with these people in the pure mathematics. Very good young people. I was listening to them. They can put more practical application in the question of conflict management procedure. Not only that, using management industrial relations, find out how to resolve the conflict. Conflict management I have just a book published on the question of conflict management or conflict prevention using the mathematical models developed in healthcare economics, like different types of disease, how those ideas can be used in the conflict management and cooperation. That's an important thing. Some of the papers before, I think in this particular session, we did that, but we can do more on that. And then the question of disaster management. There's another subject which is very important. Different types of disaster, not only physical disaster. We have an organization for the last 15 years called iDream, disaster management in Japan. We have the disaster different techniques of computer science and artificial intelligence in disaster management. Not only physical disaster about arms production, disaster with respect to the poor people and discriminated people. That's a disaster for coming in Africa and other countries. And how can we deal with this using different techniques of pure science and pure mathematics and applied mathematics? So this is a man-made natural disaster. And then direction at the types of man-made disaster. Of course, many disasters are made by man, human beings, human leaders, and different countries. Like recently in Syria, for example, the problem is the same thing. So we can use these different mathematical techniques, and in the area of disaster management, not only disaster of cyclone or a question of physical disaster and rainfall, water, and so on and so forth, but also in the area of conflict management. And then next. Yeah, so also the violence, resources, and ethnic war, for example. For example, the problem in Africa, what is the economic implication of the diamond in African countries, and how a financial thing had led to a lot of destruction of human lives in Africa, and is going on for the future. So what I'm saying, that these are the more practical things which are happening in all our life, and the excellent people like we are presented in these papers, the computer science paper, and then those people should to discuss those types of things. They're very good in other things, but unfortunately, they're not dealing with the human being related disaster and discrimination and that type of thing. And they can do it. They're very smart, and this is just a start. Some of the papers I just heard, they are doing this, and then artificial intelligence also can be used for that purpose, for elimination of discrimination and different countries. How to do that. They can do it because they're smart people here. Then socioeconomic factors and disaster management. And if you are interested in the data for Catholic University or Louvain, where I worked before, disaster management in the science and epidemiology, healthcare, for example, in problem of healthcare, this question of disaster, and also question of the question of discrimination. We had this problem in healthcare in Kolkata recently. How we can eliminate that type of problems. Also the financial problems in India, and question of using people spending money, illegal money. How you can use those different techniques in those areas. So what I'm trying to say, that the thing which senior Udhikari professor, my friend Lake, he wanted to do this type of process, this type of thing. It has more excellent papers before, very good papers, pure mathematics papers. But now I want very brilliant students, brilliant people, but they want to devote more of this to more practical problems and see how they can be used. And then this is a disaster management and science and epidemiology. I have in my book, which is coming out in COVID-19, how we have used different techniques of input-output analysis, how a particular disease is selected from one class to another people. The same thing as the question of input-output models, which are used in economics, be used in healthcare disaster going on. This is a big thing now, the disaster management science. I don't have time to discuss the mathematical models. There are many exciting developments in the theory of application in product innovation and management. However, there's not enough progress in the social innovation, particularly in the area of conflict and peace. The objective of this presentation is to discuss how the concepts and technical innovation can be used in this area. Next, I think next. Yeah. So business innovation is a very important subject. And then next number 22. Yeah, exchange is a question of globalization. The question of globalization is one country to other countries and so on and so forth. There's a lot of work happening in globalization. But what is the implication of this for economic condition of people in globalization, even in financial situation? There's some good papers today. I just heard about this question of finance, mathematical finance, which I used to teach in water school. But this financial globalization and financial aspect of currency and so on and so forth, that is something also I hope in the future we can discuss again. But then next one, technological inequality across the connection formation, digital economy, question of computers, lead into new industrial evolution. This presentation aims to create a clear and systematic scientific understanding of new form of inequality in technology. That's a very important subject. Computer there, artificial intelligence and so on and so forth, quantum mechanics and so on is okay. But what is the benefit of those to the common people, and how those benefits can be obtained by common people in the street? This is a very important thing, and these people, brilliant people, and this particular area of last 15 years, 18 years, the Professor Sodhikari has done, had done excellent ideas about those things. I did not understand many of those because although I'm a mathematical statistician, many of the papers who used to be presented in those meetings by pure mathematics, brilliant people. But now it is time for those people to apply those things in for human beings. That's very important. I mean, Indian, of course, not only Indians, other countries, they have a great tradition of mathematics and statistics, but unfortunately, they are not. They are doing the same thing, without touching the people's problems, and so on and so forth. Problem of space, geographical discrimination, question of conflict between people, to disarmament, the question of military spending. These are very important subjects. But we are not doing this because I know everybody cannot do the same thing. But we economists, we are not doing this, because we are doing things which are important for developed countries to increase their income and GNP and so on and so forth, and not to take care of the problems of the poor people. And then this is so. The next one. Next, yes, peace economics. I just want to tell you that we organized a peace science society for about 50 years ago. And the number one journal in the area of peace movement, peace science. You can have conflict management and peace science, which I used to edit many years ago, not now. And if you look at the papers of what they're doing, Peace Science Society International, paper. And we have maybe in Europe, in Africa, in Japan, in Indonesia, in India, we organize an annual meeting about Peace Science Society. It's not so much politics of peace, but a question of how use of different techniques of mathematical techniques, particularly, it can be used, to have peace, to have peace. Nuclear thing, for example. I just had a book published recently on nuclear proliferation in South Asia, how it can be stopped, in that place. So the people who are presenting excellent papers. I was just listening to the papers. I think in the future that we can have other papers, who will discuss these people, and then it will be complete. You complete of pure economics, pure mathematics, applied statistics, and also social economic aspect of human beings where these things can be applied. Then the next one, and also the question of innovation. Even in medical science, I work in the area of healthcare economics, innovation within the organization about the people who work in hospitals, how doctors have relationship with their people who are not doctors. This is also a very important thing, and it's happening all over the world. This question of relationship and the planning, organization of the hospitals, healthcare, and also how to deliver it to whom, how much. This is a very important subject. And so healthcare people in the United States particularly are giving a lot of attention about the application of different mathematical techniques, about the healthcare provision in different countries. Of course, in India, for example, it's not very good. I organized a meeting in IIM, Joka, before many years ago, I would call environment and sanitary area. Environmental thing, this type of things can be used. And then next one, economic development mathematical model leading technological development to product innovation, international business leaders, international business. And then next thing, spatial econometric model, regional policy and uncertainty, and urban. This is very important thing, the urban agglomeration. For example, I was involved with the CMDA in Kolkata about this transportation and also metropolitan areas, people, urban problems, agricultural problems. So how to use different techniques of cooperation and using different ideas in management science or artificial intelligence in the combination of this regional planning uncertainty in urban agglomeration, called Peace Science. Peace Science, we have an organization for the last 50 years called Regional Science Association worldwide, in 52 countries. India, we established an Indian section. Is also they have a 56 years in India question of policy of urban policy, urbanization, transportation, and so on and so forth to discuss this. And the people like you, people who discuss these problems, so they are excellent, excellent ideas. But I want for application of those in those areas. So these are the tools of analysis. I am a statistician, and these are the different techniques of statistics, probability theory, analysis of variance, non-parametric. Non-parametric testing is a very important subject. I think the artificial intelligence is based on non-parametric testing and multivariate distributions. And then next is and then you had differential equations, for example, action and reaction between India and Pakistan. Differential equations people have used, how the competition in arms trending and killing, in arms race, have been used for that. That's called the Richardsonian model. Catastrophe theory. These are the areas that have been already used in statistics, but their application in a real practice, we do not do that. The chaos theory, for example, is very important. Next, and next, game theory. Of course, game theory is a very important subject because of different countries and coalition and bargaining theory, which we use in industrial relations, in unions, how they coalition and bargaining theory. This question of is very much used also, and using the simulation can be used in the area of peace science, conflict management, and other areas. And then next one, yeah, factor analysis, discrimination is what I'm saying. These are different techniques that are applicable in statistics and most program. They discriminant analysis, content analysis, graph analysis, but we did not use those things for the benefit of people, you know. And then, uh, yeah, and also these are the other areas: the artificial intelligence and expert system, asymmetric and incomplete information theory, question of fuzzy set theory, Delphi theory, mechanism. These all exist. And many countries, but particularly the Indian statisticians, for the last 30, 40, 60 years are doing this, but they did not pay any attention to the improvement of common people. So and that people were discussing today the ethnic conflict, civil war and greed, for example, in Africa. This terrorism, small arms, security, sanctions, disaster management, reconstruction, rehabilitation and development, supply chain analysis, development and peace, trade and peace, how trade between India and Pakistan can change the situation, democracy and peace. I mean, what is the use of peace when a democratic system is instituted in different countries rather than totalitarian countries in Russia and China. The role of business sectors is very important. Use of business in conflict prevention and confidence building is very important. Business is very strong people, but so far the business, the management. I taught business for 20 years in Wharton School. The only object is to maximize profit and minimize total cost. But that's not the thing the business should do. They can do conflict prevention, confidence building, peacekeeping, and peacemaking, and globalization. Global business people have lot of importance. They can do which they did not do. They are more interested in increasing their profit. Next. And then India, Pakistan. I have many publications about India, Pakistan, Middle East, Russia, Ukraine, Sub-Saharan Africa, and South Africa. Not only me, but many people have written many books. And you can have a look. And also I have a book series about 35 books. And then these are the journal conflict resolution, journal of peace, economics, and security. These are the different journals. Look at it how the quantitative methods and mathematical models have been used and being used in conflict management. And if you could write to me so I can give more information. And then also this is the books published in the series. I have about 36 books published on military inspection. So many, articles, many recommendations. And if folks write to me, I can give you the information to them to look how pure mathematics, statistics, applied mathematics, how they have been applied in the area of conflict management and peace. That's all I think I have to say. I really enjoy the papers presented here very much. The very young people, brilliant people all over the world, and all the say, starting the Professor Odhikari. This is a great thing, and I hope to look at this again in the future. But most important thing, I just want important the applications that really we did not see. That's not the job of pure mathematics and statistics, but you can do something different. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Jati. And this is a truly universal task and gives us many directions and time to update, I would say, also in the light of the present developments. So again, there must be now many questions regarding this, and I ask for these. Perhaps from YouTube.
No question yet from YouTube.
Well, I think that is due to that you cover the area so perfectly, really, Professor Chatty, and we thank you for this concluding talk of this session, which we then declare as closed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I would like to thanks to all the speakers, along with our very favorite chairman, Professor Eric Trell, for chairing this particular session. And just a brief announcement that I can see that for today's there are 1,086 views on YouTube till. So I hope that in between up to we have till around 2 hours more to go for the next day. So I hope that it will reach around more than 1,300. So with that, that's the end of today's long journey. So tomorrow again we'll meet at 3 p.m. and the next this data science course or data science school or data science workshop will start at 5:45 p.m. So with that, all of you, thank you very much for staying with us, and thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, bye-bye.